Hello everyone. It's just so I'm sleepy. I apologize for taking a little bit with starting the stream. OBS decided to give me like a CUDA error right before I started, and I'm just like, what the fuck? Thankfully, it was fixed by just identifying the files. You know, going through like that thing that's in. Well, it's fine. Look, I'm sleepy. This game makes me sleepy, and I don't wanna be here. But I promised myself that I would do at least the main 3 routes, so here we are again with this group of idiots that I dislike. Oh god, and I have so much. Oh well, let's get this out of the way with you. Started issuing the watches during the finals.
있잖아.
The password policy was identical for everyone, right?
그렇죠.
Right, there wasn't a need to change it. He scratched his temple, so looking at the watch.
저
To be honest, the
그런데요.
watch wasn't even a finished product.
혹시
Oh, any untold story behind it?
모르겠어요.
I don't know the details, but you've experienced minor issues while using it, haven't you? Wait, they even gave us like faulty products? Incredible. Dion raised his wrist to look at the watch.
그랬지.
Some of its functions don't work properly.
네.
Our sponsor didn't care about the integrity of the product as long as he was seen on TV. At the time, I was worried about it. But now it's the only thing we can cling on to. It's... Oh god, there's so much conversation to have with it. Like, I almost want to just like fast forward everything, but like, this is literally a road we haven't done. I don't have a right to speedrun. To try and speedrun to the A road ending. And I'm just like, oh, I don't want to be here. I wish I was playing something fun. I wish I was playing something interesting. God, I should have played Raging Loop. I look back at it and it's like, I should have played Raging Loop. That would have been less long and also more entertaining.
그렇다면
Yes, and you in particular, if that's the case, one thing does come to mind, although it might not be true.
괜찮아.
Hurry up and tell me. The stalker, they were also harsh on Halcyon and you. Ina continued while flirting with her ears.
그게
Everyone knew that I was in bad terms with Halcyon.
그랬어.
Even Beastars openly showed it. They wrote comments about how they want to kill him.
나는
But why me?
Oh?
What do you mean, why? Because Beastars wanted it to seem as if there was a romantic chemistry between us. Damn. Duyun, who is like so mild. What?
그랬지.
It was absurd. The editing team hacked at the scenes that didn't even mean anything.
당연하지.
The editing experts are capable of creating issues out of nothing. Ina continued while shaking her head. My question is the stalker related to me?
설마
If that's the case,
아니야.
isn't it just the stalker's unrequited love? That's true, but I'll keep what you said in mind. Right, we should go into details then. Raj, okay.
말이 돼?
The password was shared and the security was terrible. I nearly used Father, so I didn't realize how risky it could have been.
아무래도
Nichikan was bound to each watch anyway.
말하자면
Only Halcyon had access to photos on the cloud.
그래서
That's why we weren't able to immediately figure out how it was leaked. Ina scratched her short hair.
그러니까
That's what I'm saying. Even if my narrow suspect pool to people who know the password, I can't even imagine how many there would be. I mean, your password is literally 4 numbers. You know how easy it is to like force break that? Like, for the record, as a person who has dabbled into hacking like for like 2 seconds, you can basically get programs and or program something yourself very easily, quote unquote easily, if you're good at programming, to find the password out of like, well, any account. And it's part of the reason why they tell you to, you know, put symbols and letters and whatnot, because like then it takes longer for the process to actually get to the actual password. But if your password is literally 4 numbers, hun, it's gonna take like an hour at most to like get your password, and all of you are sharing the same password. Like, that's not just a security concern, that is like terrifying. Even if you can't access the actual like not Twitter account, just the security concerns should have been gigantic. Like, if they're gonna give you all the same password, at least make it a difficult password. God, I'm just, if this doesn't make me sleepy, it makes me so tired. Like, how many scenes do we have left for the A route? Is this one? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Counting this one is 7. There's 7 scenes before we end this route. I'm not gonna survive. I'm gonna fall asleep halfway through. Someone please save me from myself for making this choice of playing this.
아닌 것 같아.
It can't be that many.
왜 그래?
And what round do you say so?
아마도
If it was widespread, Setian's photo would have been spread long before.
그럴싸해.
That makes sense. You need to know the account in order to access the cloud. You might be able to narrow down the pool. I mean, again, the account is the least of your problems. You have a password that everybody fucking knows about. Like, or that is very easy to figure out. Like, you can figure out a 4-number password by process of elimination. I have something in the past. I asked some of the old staff members about stalker issues to see if anything similar had happened in previous seasons.
아마도
I guess there were.
맞아.
Bingo, they had a stalker in every season. One of them even showed up at a closed set filming. Ina continued while holding onto her shoulders. He even came to the filming location for an audition mission.
대체
Was the production schedule leaked? How was that possible?
내 말이.
Exactly, the stalkers gathered whatever information they can get their hands on. Believe it or not, he even showed up at the contestants' private dinner. He was finally arrested there.
그러면
He was arrested, didn't there? Ina raised her face and she looked bitter.
아니야.
They just let him go with a warning. The whole ordeal kind of petered out after the contestant was eliminated from the audition. That's scary. And you have something so stupid at gathering information. Great, now I have to go back to you people.
분명해.
Of course, it is a crime to stalk someone. In most places. Time has passed, but these people never change.
혹시
Are there many when you were in the group?
물론이야.
It was bad, I saw some horrible cases. Speaking of which, something comes to mind. Oh, this is either.
그래요?
What is it? I think it would be useful to know. It might have something to do with this case.
나도야.
I agree with you. I'll just tell you how they tried to access the information. Young began her story while staring at her feet.
들어봐.
They intentionally approached the manager or agency staff, making an approach completely disguised as a coincidence. Some of them used their connections to dig up personal stories to find out about schedules.
그게
Or they would ever bribe agency staff. It is hard to say no, no once the relationship is established and money has changed hands. That's an awful lot of effort to suck someone. Surprising, huh? This kind of thing actually happen a lot. Uh-huh. Alright, you haven't finished. You, I need to go back again.
그거야.
It is fishy though. If ever was offered, it would have been easy to find help,
아무래도요.
and it's difficult to trace the personal deals. Ian suddenly raised his head while rubbing his chin.
혹시
Are you saying the staff stole the info?
만에 하나.
I'm just assuming it's possible. The problem is that there's no hard evidence. There's so much stuff.
한도윤.
You see it too.
음,
It somehow found its way to me. That worked pretty nicely. What do you think? The name and vibe, it's different from yours.
아니야?
Well, okay, it's over then.
그렇지?
I guess it is, right?
잠깐.
Are you questioning me?
어?
Is that what it sounds like? Ina dropped her eyes for a moment. The pose of my school alumni in another photo. Ina raised her head after a brief moment.
그거는
Think whatever you want.
음?
You want me to judge?
그래.
I just don't want to say anything. Huh.
그럼
Let's stop then.
어?
Putting back now after all those questions. You don't like people digging up dead behind your back.
저기
I wasn't curious but worried about you.
됐어.
It's none of your business. Worry about me when everything's revealed later. Girl. University friend, huh? I struggled with the university entrance exam when it was too late, then I gave up. You grew up under a great father and went to a good university. Happy life, isn't it? Hmm.
다시 말해서
We live good lives doing what we wanted.
그런 거야?
Well, good job trying to comfort me.
나는
I devoted my whole life to the band when I was in high school. I didn't think much about going to university.
그래.
We were both in the same shoes. I have no regrets because I was happy. Definitely. I'm still jealous though. If it's about the campus life, you should ask Yurik about it. I'm no expert on that matter.
이야.
RNIP, trying to play smart. Africa, seriously far. This union is clearly afraid of something.
그래.
If what they said was true, there's no reason for them to hide.
그래.
Yes, they blabber on while pretending to be Xiang Yang. But it was stolen from his Young. We'll be able to figure out their identity if we keep tracking. The two of them slowly know each other. They must pay for the mayhem they created. We're almost there. No, we're not almost there. We have at least like 4 more hours of this fucking route. At least. Probably more. Knowing the amount of scenes.
어?
So why wasn't he taking care of So why wasn't he taking care of if reports had already been made?
아무래도
We might have to wait a little longer. I can't wait to see them exposed. They should pay for the devilish mouth.
아닌 것 같아.
I would let them escape.
그래도
Considering the way they've been blabbering on, I don't think they'll burrow that fast. Yeah, we'll stay put until they get caught.
진짜.
Why do you think the law exists? Is for capturing a scumbag like them? Actually, the law is there to protect the property of people with more means than you. That's what the law exists. And when I say property, I mean slaves. Most police forces started as slave recapturing groups. For when the slaves ran away. Like it literally, in most places it's either that or quote unquote personal police for like people in high positions of power. So, you know, like bodyguards. So no, the police exist to protect the personal interests of people with more money and resources than you, Han. That's not how the law works. Like, the law tends to be unfair. Just saying. No, we are talking about the law?
그래.
Yes, the law. The important thing is to punish them severely.
그게 아니면
That's the only way to break the damn chain. No, it's not, Han. Prison abolition is like a perfectly valid, you know, option. Like, restorative justice is important, Han. You know, are you okay?
야,
What do you think? Are you okay with the current situation? And piss off. Don't get agitated, that's what they want.
됐어.
I know, what's the point of getting angry here? You should also pray that their identity is revealed ASAP.
생각해볼게.
It is, I'm not so sure. It's too vague to accuse Sung Yoon of being responsible for this.
그래?
You don't think it makes sense?
그렇잖아?
Even if they got lots of time and are passionate, I understand that you and Haseon have lots of haters, but I also had my fair share of haters, plus the stalker. Ina shrugged her shoulders. I guess not haters then. You look so disappointed. Don't worry, we'll figure them out. Keep thinking.
내 참.
Someone might have hacked into it several times already. There was also a strange accident while using Fodder.
어?
A strange accident.
그게
For instance, I received a login failure message when I wasn't even using Fodder, and I found new Fodder friends whom I had never added. It gave me chills. I mean... That could have been like the production.
맞아.
Something's clearly off. And amongst all things, how would you explain the login failure?
그렇잖아?
Right, I thought I made a mistake at first. Thank God our Fodder can only be accessed from each watch.
하여튼
I even asked the staff member to change the password for me, but they refused it by mentioning the policy.
그럼
If what you said is true, the stalker should be included in our suspect list. I'm pretty sure of it. If not, why will that happen to me?
이야.
Isn't that a lot? I guess not everyone was aware of the identical information. I think there must have been some kind of qualitative difference. Ina grabbed Duyun's arms while continuing her remarks.
잠깐만.
Hey, wait. I suddenly remember what one of our scriptwriters told me before. He said they share our info when they are writing scripts for the audition. I heard she gave it to the writer, director, and video editors. I wonder what kind of information she gave away. If it's something that Seonyeon would mention, then it's a problem.
그렇다니까.
Right. I'm seeing stories that I haven't even mentioned. We're here to join the audition, not to sell our private information. Mina firmly closed her mouth and frowned. If they are going to pry into our private lives, they should at least handle that information carefully. We shouldn't be discussing this right now. This never ends.
그거는
We all received them during the finals.
그랬었는데.
Although it took some time to unlock useful functions.
어쨌든
Didn't they retrieve them by saying how they needed to tweak them? That's why the watch was turned into a piece of crap after I got it back.
결국
It was nothing working except powder. And you barely use powder. I never had any passion for it.
그렇다니까.
That's very typical of you. Anyhow, all contestants would know the password then. We've narrowed down the pool further, right?
글쎄.
Who knows? What if the premise that Seung Young is one of the contestants is wrong? Right, we might end up going back to square one. Should I need a break?
괜찮아?
You're right, should we stop talking about this? Ina raised her pale face. I'd rather talk about something else. Talking about the stalker is already giving me enough stress. I'm getting burnt out here.
Oh?
Am I not right? Do you want to smell it?
아니야.
No, never mind. My mistake.
왜 그래?
Why are you looking so distracted? Now you're trying to narrow down the suspect, but should also move on to other subjects. Yeah, but it's fun to, make other people miserable by talking about things that they don't like. Okay, you're the last one, sweetie. I swear to God, Hyuk, if you give me like more cards that I have to talk to other people with, I'm going to become the Joker because you already have like 12 fucking topics for me to talk about. Ugh. I hate this. I could be playing a good visual novel right now.
그렇다면
God, I could be playing something that is actually entertaining right now. You, Young, Ina, is Young, and I. Rages and hometowns are different, our life backgrounds are also very different. Nevertheless, we have one thing in common. Yeah, being stuck in this situation. Beastars finalists. You know that.
혹시
Is there someone from Beastars who might hold a grudge against you?
아니야.
No one comes to mind immediately.
그치만
But everybody has a grudge at least once in their lifetime, do you? Everyone makes mistakes.
결국
It's easy to forget what you've done wrong unless you are a victim.
그래도
But some people treat you badly for no apparent reason. You fell silent for a moment. You seem to have recalled something at Duyun's remark.
그래.
Yes, maybe as Young's intention is to make us suffer by making us look into our past and wonder what we've done wrong.
그런 거면
They knew the account and password. Do you think they're one of the production staff?
그래?
Are you talking about Beastar staff?
솔직히
We received smartwatches after making it to the finals. The password policy remained the same ever since.
그랬었지.
It was determined by the sponsor and passed on to us by Beastars. They had to use the preconfigured account and password. He stroked his chin with his long fingers. What do you point out that he has long fingers? Because you like them, slut? If they're a staff member, they should know about this.
그치만
But do you think it's fair to doubt the staff?
일단 해보자.
We're just trying to narrow down the pool of suspects for now.
아,
Well, okay, if it's going to help us. I'll tell you again if I think of something else. We'll get a clearer picture as we narrow down the suspect pool. Oh, for fuck's sake! What did I just say about giving me extra topics?
S 승연이 한 장학금 얘기.
Yeah.
형, 그걸 계속 곱씹고 있어?
You ground.
너한테는 말해줄게.
Okay.
그때 일.
It was a brief silence.
아버지, 이병희 선생님은 항상 자립을 강조하셨어. 당신께서 홀로 다 이룬 것처럼 그래야만 한다고. 말로만 그런 게 아니었지. 나한테 들어가는 돈은 직접 벌어야 했으니까.
뭐? 학비나 식비 같은 것도?
You put on a sad smile.
당신께서 이룬 건 언제까지나 자기 것이어야 했어.
Okay, so your dad was a total piece of shit. We get it, honey.
가족한테도 절대 예외가 아니었거든. 뭐든 해서 벌어야 했어. 10대까지는 어떻게든 해냈지. 대학에 갔을 때부터 무리가 왔어. 한 번에 너댓 개씩 일을 띄웠던 것 같아. 학비는 고사하고 제대로 집중할 수도 없더라. 크게 아프고 나서야 도움을 청해보자는 생각이 들었어. 콘서트가 끝난 밤이었어. 좋아 보이시길래 들어갔지. 한참 다른 말을 둘러댔어. 타이밍 찾기도 힘들더라. 거의 대화가 없었거든. 겨우 돈 얘기를 꺼냈지.
Uh-huh.
선생님은 뭐라고 하셨는데?
Let me guess, he told you to go fuck yourself. He slowly opened her keys. Why does... On top of the fact that this game is just bad, why did no one check the translation to make sure that things were consistent?
실망했다고.
Yeah, that's about the same as telling you to go fuck yourself. In my opinion, as someone who has been in the receiving end of a parental figure just saying that they're disappointed in me. Like outright just saying, yeah, I'm disappointed in you. You're a disappointment. Which is an actual thing that I had to hear from a parental figure. It is basically the same as telling you to go fuck yourself. 2 steps away from telling you to go kill yourself, in my experience. It's like right at the edge of it.
원하는 게 뭐든 나한테는 허락할 수가 없다고.
Yeah, that sounds about right. Again, asshole that.
도로 나가는 것 말곤 할 수 있는 게 없었어.
그 정도였다니.
Do you, sweetie, honey, darling, he's a shitty person. Of course he's just not gonna have any sympathy.
수치스럽고 원망스러웠어.
No, he, baby girl, not your fault.
해주실 수 있잖아요. 도와주실 수 있잖아요. 매달리면 더 경멸당할 것 같았어.
Yeah, and that just proves that he's a shitty person. Like, your dad was an asshole, you don't have to care about him.
친척이나 다른 가족은
Probably also assholes.
아버지도 나도 그분들께는 가족이 아니야.
See what I mean? Assholes.
그땐 더 일을 늘릴 수 있는 상태도 아니어서.
그럼 장학금 얘긴
홧김에 자퇴하겠다고 갔거든. 그때 교수님께서 배려해 주셨어. 집안일은 모르셨어. 그건 베스타에서야 밝혀진 얘기니까. 몰랐으니까 도와주셨을 거야. 못 받은 사람도 황당해할 만해. 날 비난한다고 해도 할 말은 없어.
No, you don't. Are you a fucking idiot? I was 2 seconds away from using the R word on him. Like, what do you mean? It's your fault. Well, I guess it's your fault for entering fucking Beastars, but like, what do you mean is your fault? You work several part-time jobs, your dad is a piece of shit, the rest of your family is a piece of shit. They were just trying to help. And you deserve that because he didn't give you any kind of, like, economical support. Like, what were you supposed to do? Starve to death? While trying to make ends eat, like, to make ends meet and also go to college? God, I wish I could slap half of the cast. I wanna grab them by the shoulders and slap them until they bleed. They're all so fucking stupid. Like, all you have to do is explain to people that your dad is an asshole. You know how many people get revealed to be assholes after death? Like, it doesn't matter that he was famous. Just tell people that he was a dick and he didn't maintain you. Like, just be honest. Yeah, some people are gonna be salty about it, and some people are not gonna believe it, but by all means, people don't believe half of the shit that people say, even when they're true and they're right. People think the earth is flat. Just tell people that your dad was a piece of shit and that's why you took the scholarship. God! God, you're completely justified, kid. Why? I wanna slap them. I hate this cast. I hate this. I hate it. I hate it. I hate it. I hate it. I hate this game. I hate it. It's like it's testing me. It's testing me. People think that playing a Dark Souls game is hard. No, this is hard. Dark Souls is like a skill issue. Like just memorize a pattern for it. This is emotionally tiring. This is actually causing me literal distress. Like, it's so annoying that it's distressing in its annoyance. God. You big she sleep hard.
생각이 짧았어. 나만 생각한 거야.
What do you think that what you're supposed to be doing, sweetie? What do you think you were supposed to be doing? Gonna pick up the Joker?
졸렬한 생각으로 민폐를 끼치고 말았어.
I'm going to strangle him. I'm going to strangle him. I'm going to strangle him.
선생님도 결국 그런 거였냐고 비웃으실 테지.
Your dad is a piece of shit. Am I the only one who's going insane about this? Like, am I the only one who's losing their mind? Your dad is an asshole. Your dad is literally a dick. Like, he has a responsibility for, like, getting your mom pregnant. And, I don't know, not paying for the abortion if that's what he wanted from her. And now he has to be responsible for you, and he doesn't give a shit. Do you realize that you're the victim in this situation? Please tell me that you realize, like, why is their writing so bad?
여전히 홀로 서지 못하는 반푼이냐고. 여기서도 결국 자기한테 기대서 득을 보는 게 아니냐고.
His reputation is the only shit that he actually gave you. You might as well use it. Like, this was written by a 50-year-old person. Like, this was written by someone in their middle age. Like, I can feel it in my bones. Like, this is like a middle-aged writer. I can feel it in my bones. Because you can't tell me that this is justified in any way. Like, how is this your thought pattern? How is your thought pattern? Oh yeah, my dad was a dick, and he wouldn't, like, pay for college, so I had to, like, get a bunch of part-time jobs which were emotionally and physically destroying me. So, like, I was gonna drop out because I couldn't keep doing it anymore. And then my professor, like, helped me get a scholarship, and that's totally not justified. Because my dad was, like, famous and rich. He just never gave a shit about me and never took care of me and never actually paid for anything for me. How is this justified? Like, how? Deep breaths. I know it's difficult to breathe through the clown nose, but deep breaths. Calm down. Go to your happy place. Go to the place where the Blorbos are fucking. That will make you feel better.
형, 괜찮아?
Leonos conking rain. Yeah. We said have raised. Here you put on a faint smile.
괜찮아. 왠지 시원하네.
You don't sound relieved, honey.
더 일찍 얘기할 수 있었으면 좋았을 텐데.
Okay, you sound a little horny. Now I feel weird. Wait, what do you mean it was illegal? Like, what do you mean it's illegal? Like, it's not illegal to take a scholarship for poor people when your dad is literally not maintaining you. your dad is rich but he's not paying, you're basically in the same position as a poor person. Like, I'm sorry, like, that's the dumbest shit ever. Like, it's not illegal to take a scholarship that you qualify for. Like, if your dad is not paying for your scholarship in any way whatsoever, and you have to take several jobs to pay for it, you literally qualify because you're basically not a dependent. You're maintaining yourself. And if you're not a dependent, then you definitely count as under the line of poverty, which probably is one of the things that qualifies you for that thing. Like, I know that some of it might just be like different laws and cultural logic and shit, but this is ridiculous. Like, the level of bullshit in this, it makes me feel that was written by a person who has absolutely no point of reference of what it's like to get a scholarship. Like, no point of reference for that, no point of reference for what it's like living under like an abusive parent, especially an emotionally or economically abusive parent. No point of reference for like technology in general. Like, this was written by like a 50-year-old person. You cannot convince me otherwise. Like, this is absolutely some of the worst writing I've seen. Like, this is bad. Like, this is bad. I'm not even sure it's a translation. I think it's just actually bad.
뭐랄까.
It's clearly odd that they would talk about my university days, since it was barely mentioned during the show.
그럼
Let me look up the writer. If they're in their 50s or like 40s onwards, like, I'm gonna feel very justified. Could it be that they're one of the school employees? Nico's gaze turned to one side. He shook his head after pondering a bit.
아닐 거야.
They talked not only about me but also everyone else. Since they knew about everyone, they're not my school employee.
아마.
I think it's somebody that has a connection to all of us. We should remember that. Oh, hi Graham. Guess who's suffering? It's me. I'm suffering. Oh, you're playing Wolfstride? Oh, I hope you're enjoying it. Like, I told you it's good. I hope that you're having a good time with it. It's good. Wolfstride is so good. I promise that you're gonna have like a great time if you're not already having a great time. Everyone is so cool, so pretty, and also damn Catman being a fucking deadbeat. Yeah, I know, right? No, like, Wolfstride is great. You're gonna, like... I don't know how far into the story you are, but, like... Knife Leopard is my fucking son. Knife is great. Knife is great. Like... If you have, like, I don't know how far into the plot you are, but, like, you're gonna love what they do by the end. Like, it's great. Like, the only thing that I can recommend you, the only thing, like... Yeah, I know, he's great. One day away from finding Momoko? Okay. Just so you know, once you get, like, more of the minigames to make money, I absolutely recommend you to grind a little to get like better upgrades. It will make a lot of the game much easier, and some of the stuff that is like sincerely hard much more bearable. And beyond that, remember to give pineapples to everyone. Like, remember to consistently give people pineapples and grind for the pineapples in the minigames that give you pineapples, because you want to get everything from them. Like, they give you pretty decent stuff as far as like as far as parts and like moves and stuff. Like, you get good stuff from like going from going all the way with the pineapples. The best I could get from the witch's junk shop. Okay, no, that's fine. Like, you're in the you're early on. once you can like consistently just get pineapples to give to people, just give people pineapples. It's worth it. I know the grocery store lazy is great also. But yeah, no, like the pineapples are mostly for that. Like very useful to just max everyone's relationship with the pineapples. Like 100%. You want to do it.
대체
Like they will give you very cool shit if you max up pineapple friendship. Pineapple French. I mean, it's kind of what it is. They're surely not delivering all kinds of stories and rumors as if are excited. It's because they are getting fervent feedback for what they post regardless of its truth.
아무래도
It's gotten worse ever since Seon Young talked about the past. You could look at Ina while nodding. You couldn't see her face because she was facing the opposite direction.
혹시
You want to know what I think? Whether they look similar or have the same name, it doesn't really matter.
아닐 거야.
If Ina says no, then it's no. Even if she was lying, she must have her own reasons.
결국
What's important is how we see ourselves.
그래.
That just sounds like you. Inesa put in an answer. That is another way of dealing with the situation. You could do the same, you know? Really? Another report event? Damn.
장학금 얘기 내가 너무 처지게 했지?
Already beat the shit out of the first VR challenge. Break off 20 armor, do 70 damage, and then either move in to suck them hard with a pistol punch, reload or put up the cactus guard, and put up the right arm like a wall. Yeah, no, that's a very good setup. It took me like halfway through the game to finish all of the VR challenge stuff. I think, having gotten most of the best parts in the game. The last few enemies on the... Yeah, they're very tough. Even with the best... Even with all the best gears, they're very tough. One winged goose, yeah, the one winged goose. I remember him. Yeah, I think it took me like close to a little bit past the midpoint of the game with like some of the best equipment to get everything. But again, very good to do it because you will get like money and pineapples and parts from it. You gotta respect the unclearless artist. You gotta respect them, yeah. But yeah, no, I'm glad that you're enjoying Wolfstride. I knew that you would like it. First of all, Wolfstride is just great, but also I knew it would be up your alley.
미안해. 복잡한 상황에서.
No, you trouble me because I want to slap you because you're an idiot.
아니야 형. 그런 말 할 것 없어. 페이터에서 저렇게 떠들 만한 일 아니야.
Ian passed.
근데 어머니께선? 그 난리 겪을 때 아무 말씀도 없으셨어?
Oh no, do you? And you haven't looked more of his tragic backstory without question. Hugo raised his head after a brief silence.
나나 어머니나 같은 처지였어.
As if the country bumping alone being a perfect fucking mirror of the prologues blow up the country bumping. Yeah.
선생님께 묻힌 채로 버티면서 사는.
묻혔다는 뜻은...
선생님의 위광에 가린 사람들. 빛 근처에 지는 그림자처럼. 자유도 경제권도 없었어.
So you did qualify for the goddamn scholarship. Shut the fuck up. Sorry, I'm still angry about it.
함께 어려움을 버티는 길밖에 없었지.
그런 건 학대잖아.
Yeah, thank you, Duyan, for pointing out the obvious. You can stare at Duyan for a moment. Or somewhere beyond Duyan.
처지가 같은 우린 서로 의지하면서 살면 됐어. 어쩌면 어머니는 선생님께서 돌아봐 주시길 바랬을지도 모르지만 몸까지 아프셨으니 더 외롭고 힘드셨을 거야.
아프셨다니 병이 있었어?
일형 당뇨였어. 평생 인슐린 주사를 달고 사셨지.
Okay, but like, look, my mom has diabetes, and she is insulin like not resistant. That's what I have. It's insulin dependency. Like, like, how ill did she have to be for you to have to prepare her insulin injections? Because like that's not how it works. Like, this is in 2018. Like, how different? Like, no, I'm sorry. Do you not know how insulin works? Like, it's like an EpiPen. Like, you put the amount that you need. Like the little like pen thingies have like a little like measurement where like you choose the number of like the amount of insulin that you need, and then you just like pinch yourself, usually in the stomach. Like, it's such a tiny needle that you don't feel it. Like, I've gotten pinched with it, not while it was full, but I've gotten pinched with it and I barely ever felt it. This is a developers only game currently. Why am I not surprised? Why am I not surprised that it's the only game? Like, you don't need to prepare insulin injections. Insulin comes prepared for you. I'm sorry, I'm having a moment. Like, how do you not know how insulin works? People have been having like Team Largo alongside Lions games. Yeah, no, yeah, I yeah. Again, not surprised. Like, try to get attention, but it's not. No, it's okay. Like, it's fine if you don't find it. I'm just. Okay, no, I'm sorry. I'm not saying that living with insulin, like with a requirement for insulin is easy. Like, being insulin dependent is not easy, and it's very expensive. I don't know how expensive it would be in Korea, or if it's even covered by the government, which like it's covered here for my mom anyway, at least for now, until the government goes even more to shit. But like, you don't have to prepare her like, that's not how it works. Again, it's like a fucking EpiPen for like when you have like allergies, except, you know, you put like a certain amount per day. Like, there's even different types of insulin. Like, you have fast insulin that like starts being absorbed immediately, and then you have slow insulin that it gets absorbed during the day. My mom has to take both times, like both types most of the time. But like, no one did research on how insulin works? Again, even when insulin was just beginning and we were still using animal insulin instead of like fake human insulin, which is what is currently used, like animal insulin, like cow insulin, I think it was specifically, was being used like, I don't know, 50 years ago. Like, even then, it comes pre-prepared. That's not how insulin works. This was like, these games events happened in 2018. How do you not know how insulin works? There are Wikipedia pages. Did you just read the description and not the rest of the Wikipedia page? I hate this. I need my blunt. I don't even smoke weed. I don't even want to smoke weed. I'm more of an edible person. But I need my blunt. You could pause for a moment.
날 가지면서 악화되는 바람에 합병증까지 왔어.
Yeah, that happens if you have insulin issues and you get pregnant. Anything that can really modify your hormones can fuck around with a pregnancy.
돌아가셨을 땐 꽤 오랫동안 방황했어.
You look disturbed.
선생님, 그제서야 날 돌아봐주는 눈치였어. 다 늦어버린 다음이었는데.
Wow, it's almost like he's a shitty person, and you shouldn't feel any respect for him because he never even raised you. Like, Han, he's your father by blood, not your father emotionally. He may be your father, but he wasn't your dad.
거리를 느낄 수밖에 없었네.
Yeah, it's almost like he has no reason to feel attached because he didn't raise him. I'm going to slap everyone except maybe Duyun. He's the only person with enough common sense to point out the obvious. Thank you, honey.
선생님의 신비주의 뒤에 이런 얘기가 있을 줄은 진짜 몰랐어.
Duyun, I'm going to break it to you. Most rich people, especially people in the entertainment business, are kind of assholes. Not all of them, but most.
돈이야. 그거면 어떤 이야기도 없는 걸로 할 수 있어. 또 어떤 루머도 진실처럼 만들 수 있고. 이젠 옛날 얘기야. 모두 돌아가셨고 난 금수저일 뿐이지.
뭐라고 해야 할지 정말 모르겠어.
고통스럽던 기억도 이젠 추억이야.
Hugh Lee, I've totally moved on from that. I don't have any issues with it. I don't feel bad about it. Hugh Lee 2 seconds later. Trauma dumping on the yaoi bait guy that he's yaoi baiting. Han, get to a fucking therapist. I hate to break this to you, but you're not over it. You're literally not over it, Han. Go get yourself some therapy.
나는 그저 그립기만 해.
Thanks for the sanity, I guess. I don't understand why he doesn't know that.
Huh?
You took time off from school because of your family accident, but how?
그게
You had them, there was literally no interaction between us. He could faintly smile at Duyun, who was tilting his head.
도윤아,
He must have had many friends.
아니야.
No, but why?
그건
School friends, alumni, and my acquaintances. I never talked about my family to them. I never initiated talking to them. Rather, I always kept my distance from them. You have a whole different perspective when you know my reason. He could lower his head as if feeling embarrassed. Is it because of the family culture?
그랬지.
You know my father's family? They are ashamed of both me and my father. I guess he didn't like his family either, since he never took me there.
이거면
As if they were strangers.
그렇지.
None of our relatives even came to his funeral. Seriously? That's unbelievable. Now I'm getting criticized again because I've joined Beastars and people started to find out about my family background. Judging someone's class when forming a relationship, I understand that. You provided them nothing for the judgment of you then. Sad, huh? I was basically isolating myself from people by building a wall around me. Well, that could be a virtue of artists. Duyun continue while pulling at his own airlock.
나는
I wasn't all that sociable either. I learned from Beastars that you frequently moved.
그랬었지.
My dad, he was always on a business trip, taking care of all the dirty, dangerous, and demanding tasks. And I had to bounce around my relatives' houses.
혹시
Were your relatives nice to you?
그거야.
Of course, but I didn't feel comfortable. After creating the band in high school, I rarely went home. I know it sounds corny, but I was feeling lonely. Let's just say you were a solitary person.
그래.
Yes, that. The thoughts and emotions from that moment, I think they helped me write songs.
Huh?
Is that why you mentioned the virtue of an artist? See, I'm pretty good at comforting others.
그래.
Okay, let's say you are. Maybe I was a bit off point. Fucking yaoi, guys. Anyway, the things people know about you right now,
그렇지?
maybe they were created during the time of your isolation.
이해했어.
I know what you mean, thank you. I'm okay now. No, you're not. You really need to do some therapy, sweetie.
아닐 거야.
Do you think Xiang Young is really accessing father overseas?
올해도
We can't give full credit to someone who's hiding their true IP.
역시.
Maybe they were just bluffing, but the murder threat just could have happened by coincidence. You could look at Duyun again after mumbling something to himself.
어쩌면
Xiang Young is meant to keep us confused. They want us to feel anxious and respond frantically to father.
아니,
Well, I wanted to have their way. Could they use Plug Hole to somehow fight for them? Duyun shook his head after a brief pause.
저기
That's why you shouldn't respond to this guy in any way.
알고 있었어.
Don't worry, I wouldn't waste my precious data on that troll. The last man standing gets the victory in this kind of battle. If I'm eliminated, I am all vulnerable. You sound like you had some fights online before.
그건
I've seen many Beastars threats and powder. You could smile bitterly. I've learned enough about how ugly things could get on fodder. Yeah, and guess what? It doesn't matter because it has nothing to do with it.
역시.
Taking into account the way they handle things, it will take some time.
그래도
It seems that quite a few people reported the incident.
그치만
It is early in the morning, so it could also be an obstacle. I mean, it might help if we just block the account.
무리야.
Or we could just ignore him, but that wouldn't be wise. Someone will surely spot it and pass it on to us. He could raise his watch and then drop his arm. He opened his mouth again after letting out a sigh. Guess we're doing this to come up with our own solution. If this goes on, it will continue to affect our mental health. Yeah, it's almost like I'm just barely gripping my sanity, except that my sanity is extremely high right now. I just hope things will get out of hand. Why would they associate Hyeseong with you? Frankly, I believe it's the power of editing that did it. He averted his gaze and slurred the last words.
괜찮아.
I'm alright. I'm trying to talk about something else. In your opinion, when did I suddenly start getting haters?
Huh?
Do you want me to tell you? I have some ideas, of course, but people around me might have different ideas. I know what you're trying to say, but... You just explained that the start where Hugh goes full Yari and Duyan. Oh yeah. That is a thing.
저기
I know! Like, look, Wolfstride is so good. Like, it really just... Wolfstride does so much. I love it. God, maybe I need to replay Wolf. You know what? I almost feel like I should replay Wolfstride. I miss Wolfstride. Wolfstride was good. The Abyss route looks like bullshit. Yeah, no, like... If you're checking the ending thing, yeah, no, it's like yeah. There's a bunch of endings that just branch out of Route A. Route B has basically like one ending, and then Route C is also like one ending. But yeah, most endings comes from Route A. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have asked. Of course it was about Masquerade. Yeah? What about the Fancy Jack fight?
그래.
Please don't make me say that. You patted do you know his shoulder?
솔직히
You got deeper, no one's free from haters.
나는
As for me, the old fans had a change of heart when I made it to the finals. I got out of that fight with only the chest damage after several attempts because I didn't know it was a forced loss. To be fair, I think that the first time that I did that fight, so I got an extra $500 out of Hulk's repair cost repair. I think that fight I actually just like went as far as I could before it just forced me to lose. So yeah, use your 900s, it barely cost me 350 or so. Yeah, that's actually a pretty neat. I don't know if I got the $500. Like I don't know if I got the extra, but actually I might have. Do you not know a bit his sleep? The fans who were always there for them since the very beginning. They knew the journey and hardships the band had gone through. The criticism was especially painful. I just almost wrecked Fancy Jack's head, so it was like one hit away from breaking it, so it would use guillotine head. Yeah, I think that I was able to break its chest. I think that, or like I was about to break its chest. In my case, like it's been like a couple of years since I played. I think it was something like that I had broken most of his chest by that point, and they just forced me to lose. Again, it's been a while. Like I played Wolfstrike like, I don't know, 3 years ago. You just instantly enhance your chest unit after one of his parts get close to break. Yeah. There were new people. Half and half at the most now. As the story started to spread, people have been criticizing me as well.
도윤아,
I want you to look on the brighter side. I'm saying this now because of Sung Young.
그렇다면
What about Han Young?
아무래도
I think it's about the scandal. The expectations were great, and so was the anger from betrayal. Yeah. I think we should stop talking about this now.
뭐랄까.
I don't see the context.
그건
It was brought up because someone hacked into the cloud.
그렇지만
I just don't see why they would do that by impersonating Seung Young. They certainly succeeded in getting attention if that's what they were going for. He tilted his head while mumbling something. We were overly focusing on the photos only.
아니야.
No, we're trying to come up with the possible suspect pool for now. We need to gather whatever clues we can get our hands on. Let's keep going over them. 6 feet and through a false ceiling raid to Kickstarter girl, and like Momoko is not that bad. Like a lot of the midway fights are not that bad, especially when you find a good setup that more or less works for everything. The thing is, like, by this, what fight is that being hard? Like, there's a couple of fights that are hard, but like it's not until the end of the game that I feel like the game is actually sincerely difficult. So you can like sit down and be like, yeah, this is actually painful. This game had 3 writers. I'm going to become the Joker.
그럴지도.
Buried Stars. This game that I'm playing had 3 writers. It's the worst visual novel that I played. This is probably the worst visual novel slash who done did it game I played in my life. Yeah, no, I'm just 3 writers and none of them check how insulin fucking works in 2020 when the game was released. You didn't do the bare minimum research or of how insulin, a thing that affects a good portion of the population, having to inject themselves insulin, and they didn't do research on how it works to say, oh, you have to like this other person has to prepare the insulin for you. Look, unless you're disabled in some other way, people who only have diabetes can very easily just figure out their insulin thing by themselves. It's actually extremely easy. My mom does it twice a day, every fucking day. She's in her late 60s. Like, come on, dude. I hate it. From what I hear, there were also various rumors about it among the contestants.
아무래도
I should think so, since different people were put in one place. Yu-Gi frowned as if he was trying to think of something. Most of them were groundless rumors. Only a few of them sounded plausible.
그런 것 같아.
That's shit in a real model. Oh, you'll actually get more you'll get more plot about the cowboy later, Grim. Don't worry, you'll get more about cowboy later. You'll learn some shit later. No matter how plausible, it's still a rumor. After all, they're all rumors unless validated as facts, right?
그러니까
I agree, we know more about that than anyone.
맞아.
The Sensons didn't know the details either. The two of them nodded at each other.
도윤아,
I'm not trying to point out whether the rumor is substantial. That is what Seung Young said. It's identical to the rumor among the contestants. We should consider these too. Running in front of a swirling circle of clouds. Yeah. Look, it looks good. Like, Wolf Stride is special. It's just good. Wolf Stride is great.
그렇다면
You'll actually get a little bit more on Cowboy later. You'll get some cool shit about Cowboy later. You will take into account those eliminated from top 10.
그랬지.
Most of them were on bad terms with Hyeseong. One person had the most trouble with Hyeseong. He hesitated, pondering on what to say. It was Hyoyu. Oh, she and Hyeseong hated each other. Hyeseong also mentioned Hyoyu in the post. It was just they knew what they were doing, we should never decide. I mean, they were Brazilian, of course they knew what they were doing. How could they not? They absolutely knew what they were doing.
그래도
Still, could she really be as Young? It's not like she can come back to the show by doing that.
맞아.
As you said, we shouldn't jump to conclusions yet. She was on bad terms with Hyeseong and she had a watch. That is the only thing that bothers us.
있잖아.
Kyoyu was eliminated in the first round of the finals, right? Yes, and their result was mainly driven by Hyeseong's fans. He can cross his arms while nodding. We'll think of it as a possibility for now. He'd fired tattooed over his left titty. Yeah. Yeah, he did that. He actually has that. Like, I remember just when I started the game noticing that and losing my mind a little bit. It's like, look, Wolfstride is just good, okay? Wolfstride is just an experience. Everybody should play Wolfstride at least once, or just watch someone play Wolfstride. It's good. It's good.
그건
Stalker. I know what it feels like to have my privacy invaded.
혹시
What are the odds of them having the information on contestants, huh? They might have used all means necessary to get the information.
글쎄,
You could blur his last words. Young sniped at every contestant.
뭐랄까.
Stalkers are usually obsessed with one target, not everyone. Then they are not a stalker, I guess. Thank you for the recommend. Look, I had not I played like Wolfstride like 3 years ago, I think, on stream. It was one of the first games I played on stream, and I should probably replay it for the record. And I had not thought about it that you would like it, and then I had a moment because the not sequel might be a prequel, who knows what it is, but it's good. Set Zillions came out, and then it was like, you know who would like, and then you came into the stream one day and I was like, oh, you know who would like fucking Wolfstride? Grim would like Wolfstride. Grim would have a great time with Wolfstride. Of course Grim would have a good time with Wolfstride. I should tell Grim to get Wolfstride. And as always, I am correct. Because I know shit. That Zillion's a second game for people trash? Yeah, I know! A great game for people trash too. You ponder while rubbing his chin.
그런 거면
We should ask for advice from someone who might have some good ideas about our situation. Well, yes, I am people trash. Aren't we all people trash in our hearts, at least? You can't talk to each other forever without coming to a conclusion. God, we're almost done with this scene, thank the Lord.
솔직히
To be honest, I'm not comfortable talking about it. Every time something happened, the staff members were always the first to be blamed. If we accuse the staff of being as young,
그렇지만
it won't look good, but he'll close his eyes and pause for a moment. We use the private account provided by the show.
그렇다는 건
Since one account is one to each watch, we can't log into another's, right?
그래도
Still, the others know the sensitive information about our account. If they know the account and password, they can access the cloud server. You let out a sigh while continuing his remarks. I should fixate my thoughts on one thing. I also think about other suspect pools. I really do enjoy the fact that the game gives you a glimpse at GW on the Nanodrones art, and yet you found out so little about GW. Like, I wish the game was a little bit more out front about GW, but like, there's something very entertaining about the mystery.
그러고 보니
In these various conditions, though.
그런가?
Although we can lump all the staff together when speculating,
아직이야.
we should also consider the possibility that they're not a staff member. If we raise suspicions without thinking carefully, we could end up facing severe backlash. There lies GW, the one and oh my god, I just had a thought. Oh my god, I just had a thought. What if GW is Captain Trash from Set Zillions? When you take the one of the endings of Set Zillion, which will make sense when you play Set Zillion's Grim. What if that's the connection? God, that would be hilarious, actually. We're free to think what we want, but we should be careful with our move.
네.
Right, we're still in the process. Young looked towards Zale, who was standing across the room.
일단은
There's a staff among us. Let's be careful about what we say. I'll make sure I don't offend him. See, I wouldn't like it if we tried to hold any staff responsible. Like, it'll make sense once you get to play Cecilians, but now that I think about it, that would be a very interesting connection. If like GW is actually the protagonist of the faceless protagonist of Cecilians. Because we never really see GW. Like, we see other characters, we have like a lot of glimpses of other characters in the past, but we never really see GW at all. Like, never directly, never in a way that it looks like, oh yeah, this is this person, you know? So I do wonder now, because the same happens with the protagonists of Cecilians. Like, you never see what they look like. I do wonder if that's the connection there, like GW is actually just the same guy. Because to see in GW is the Eye of the Nightmare Paragonals. Exactly, like otherwise you never really see the guy. Like you never have like a way to say, oh, that's that guy, that's GW. It's like, no, everyone has a very distinct face, and GW is like just a vague kind of like idea of a person, I suppose.
그러면
Which, again, kind of works because the Cecilian captain is faceless. Like, you see everyone else but him. Staff. I guess not all, but some of them couldn't know about it. Wait, I think I'm getting somewhere here. Ina frowned and on her head. Then suddenly she raised her head. I once forgot my password. I mean, how do you forget a password that is literally 4 numbers long? Like, just 4 numbers.
그럴지도.
You could forget the password, it could happen.
아니 잠깐.
Hey, I'm talking about what happened in the past, not now. In the past, when? Shortly after I received my watch.
아니야?
Frankly, the password didn't concern me since it was given to us, right? Maybe because of that, I had a hard time remembering it.
어쨌든
So I was lost in thought with the watch on my wrist. But then a staff member came to me and told you the password.
야
Don't you cut in, but yes.
혹시
Partner account manager. Did the person look familiar?
아니었어.
No, not at all. To get it now, some staff members do know about the watch policy. It felt odd at the time, but it feels worse now. Okay, we just have to finish talking to you and I'm free for now. I hate it, I hate it, I hate it.
왜요?
You're awfully curious about the staff's work.
그건
I just need concrete info. Who are the fighter managers? Still glanced at Dillian with cold eyes.
설마
Are you suspicious of the staff again?
저기
We need to narrow down the pool of suspects.
그치만
But you sound like you're interrogating me. I can't remember every one of their names. I'm sorry, just let me know if you can remember any.
네
Yes, I will. After a brief silence, he'll rub his head.
인정해요.
I'm sorry for reacting.
그치만요.
Stop pouncing on the staff every time something bad happens. Doesn't feel good. I knew you didn't mean it, but I just snapped. Yeah, and you're still an asshole for it. What's your point? Actually, let me save just in case. Asshole.
이 얘기를 정리해봐야겠어.
At that moment, his watch flashed. It's been a while. Hi, plug hole. What is that your name? Because you weren't meant to plug your holes, slut. I know I made that joke like 15 times, but it's the only thing that entertains me at this point.
나타나셨군.
I had a hard time wrestling with S. Young Young. Singan missed our timing to back off as we had planned. Narrow down the candidates. Determine 3 premises. This young person must be someone who has somebody to make a scene, knows your background, and knows your password in order to download the photo from Young's cloud server. The conversation they just had made him feel dizzy. Yoon began to organize the issues one by one. Okay, let's... Motive to kill, information on contestants. Guardian bonus. I mean, this is stuff from the staff. It's a grudge from the stalker. Or do I have to put like one at a time? Like, I don't know that. Just there it is. Like contestant.
혜성이한테 원한을 품을 만한 사람. 효주 씨도 있어. 예선 내내 다투다 결국 본선 1회에서 탈락해버렸지. S 승연이 그래서 언급한 점도 마음에 걸려. S 승연 글에는 출연자 사이에서 돌던 소문도 있다는 것 같았어. 정보를 얻은 경로는 거기였을지도 몰라. 본선 출연자는 전부 워치를 받았어. 2회부터는 개인 사용도 허락됐고, 거기서부턴 계정 패스워드 정책을 전달받았을 거야.
Okay, I got it now.
S승연의 정체 중 하나의 가능성. 혜성이와 마찰을 빚다 본선 1회에서 탈락한 출연자 서효주.
Yeah, well that's like super unlikely, honey. Find out thereabouts. There are still others who had potential to be as young.
더 짚어보자.
Being harder forehead. Stoker, and a Stoker.
스토커는 매수부터 친분까지 별의별 방법으로 대상한테 접근해. 스토커라면 그렇게 정보에 접근할 수 있었을지도 몰라. 이나는 외부에서 페이퍼 로그인을 시도했다는 메시지를 받은 적이 있다고 했어. 바깥에 누군가가 비밀번호에 접근한 걸 수도 있지. 스토커는 방송에서 이나랑 자주 엮인 날 극도로 적대시했어. 사이가 나쁘다고 알려진 혜성이한테도 마찬가지였지. 이 정도면 원한은 충분한지도 모르겠어.
Okay, I got it now again.
S승연의 정체 중 하나의 가능성. 이나한테 집착하면서 다른 사람들을 증오한 스토커.
There were still others who had a potential to be as young again.
더 짚어보자.
And stuff.
스태프들은 하대하는 혜성이한테 불만이 많았다고 했어. PD님한테도 도구로 취급받으면서 쇼에 대한 불만도 컸을 거야. 그게 원한으로 쌓였을지 몰라. 오디션 출연자 정보는 스텝 내부에서 공유됐어. 그 정도나 범위가 어디까지인지는 불확실하지만 S 승현이 가진 정보 출처가 거기일 수도 있어. 우리가 쓰는 계정이나 비밀번호는 결국 쇼에서 준 거야. 관련 스텝이라면 비밀번호나 계정 정책을 알겠지.
Yeah.
S 승현의 정체 중 하나의 가능성.
You know the funniest thing about this? I've been talking to everyone all the time, including like getting every single scene with Hyeseong, which requires lower my sanity like a motherfucker, and yet my sanity is like 100% at this point. And I haven't had to do anything except just choose the right options for it. So why does the game even have a sanity system in which if you lower your sanity too much, you die? Why is that a thing? It's basically useless. It serves no purpose. Most my fine blurbs about Knife Lion and shit are so funny. They are very entertaining. He's so silly. He's just a silly boy.
오디션 쇼와 출연자들한테 원한을 품은 베스타 스텝.
But now the UN had sorted out 3 possible suspects. Hello there, I could come from the future 500 million years from now. While I was waiting for your answer, the world has been devastated by environmental disasters. I was thinking about environmental disasters? About S. Young. Okay, how is Plughole the best written character? Character who has no physical appearance more interesting than every other character in the cast. You ready then? Tell me what you think. It's not like thinking is the thing that you asked me to do.
출연자랑 윗사람들한테 시달렸던 스텝. 비번이나 사적인 정보도 분명히 노출돼 있었어.
Go back to square one. Sinyo's username contains part of her name.
왜?
What's her name?
S 승현. PD님?
The name of the producer. Right, just look at the username. S. Young still stands tall even after her death was officially announced. Come to think of it, a member of the program staff could be a suspect. One more thing. I heard that your watches are not on the market yet. A camera was built into his Young's watch only. You didn't even know about the cloud backup thing. Except that we were told about the cloud backup thing because we had a conversation with Hyeseong about it. We actually did know. That contradicts the fact that we had that information. We were told about it. The viewers have known about that. I don't think so. Then there are the motive, information, and password. That seems far more probable, sir. Whoa, I am telling you the answer. I'll give myself 100 out of 100 and let's call it a day.
아니 잠깐.
Hold on. I'm not done yet. Talk to others based on the premise that S. Young is one of the staff members. There must be information that only you guys can access. After collecting enough clues, let's knock out that worm with a critical blow. Then all the anxiety will subside, and you will be safe. I hope so. Remember, safety is the most important thing. Take care. Now go talk to your friends. Get back to me later. I hope our channel stays online until then. That was the last of the messages. It was difficult to read his mind from his casual tone.
진짜긴 한 거야. 내가 무사하길 바란다는 거.
Duyun, besides you, this is the most interesting character in the cast. Don't ruin it for me. We was true that Seon Young's comments and existence were agitating people. If he was going to ward off this troll, Duyun had no choice but to trust Black Hole. Duyun said Seon Young could be one of the staff members.
사진 유출이나 쇼에 대해 떠드는 건 얼추 설명이 돼. 그치만 스텝이 한둘도 아니고 다들 병원에 실려갔을 텐데. 지금 얘기만 가지고 뭘 시도해 볼 수나 있어?
우리끼리 이러쿵저러쿵 해도 결론까지 가긴 힘들 것 같아. 잘못하면 새로운 위협이 될 수 있어. 차라리 지금까지 안 걸 바깥에 알리면.
역추적 중이라고 광고하면 안 되지! 직접 나서다 서혜성처럼 되기라도 하면.
그런데 왜 또 스텝이에요? 이쯤 되면 과학이네.
Cell, shut the fuck up.
스텝이 무슨 동네북이에요? 뭔 사건만 나면 우리래?
I'm going to slap him especially hard.
바깥은 신경 끄고 얌전히 구조나 기다리자고요.
손 놓고 쟤 떠드는 대로 두들겨 맞자고? 또 무슨 얘기 까고 나올지 모르는데? 다 늦은 다음엔 대응이고 뭐고 안 될지도 몰라. 난 어떻게든 저 자식 사라졌으면 좋겠다고.
Ina put her arms around her shoulders and trembled.
이나 씨,
Young-hae, Ina-san.
뭐든 해보는 거 나쁘지 않다고 생각해. 그냥 관종인지 혜성이를 해친 범인인지도 아직 모르고. S승연! 다음 차례가 한도윤이라고 했다고! 범인인지 아닌지도 모른 채로 우린 또 떨면서 기다리겠지. 그냥 아무 일 없이 넘어가기를. 그런 꼴은 안 맞아.
누나,
정체 까보면 범인인지 아닌지도 알 수 있겠지. 맞다면 잡는 데 도움을 주는 거고 아니라도 이따 몰게 할 수 있어.
Finally, Hyuga Sale nodded.
뭐 알겠어요. 그치만 어떻게?
스텝이란 범위가 너무 넓은 게 문제예요. 어디서부터 들어가야 할지.
Everyone seemed to agree we didn't progress any further. 1 billion years has passed while I was waiting for you. I talked to people about that. The total number of staff members is quite large. Actually, we can significantly narrow it down. Rule out all the staff members working at the site. Union showed up at around 12:20 a.m. That's about an hour after the accident. Couldn't identify the missing, and the list of staff names didn't match. Rescued people must have gone to the hospital, gone through an ID check, or talked with the rescue team or policeman. It was not a peaceful time for making a fuss and fodder. Then, the staff member, Seon Young, was not on site. Broadcasting station staff, contractors, or part-timer, on and on and on. Someone who's got a lot to lose wouldn't do such a thing. You are more familiar with the processes within the broadcasting station. While I'm at it, I'll give you another hint. Let's think about the personality of S. Yang Yang. You think S. Yang Yang is impulsive or well organized? Do you raise his head to ask a question?
S 승연 충동적으로 나타났을까요? 아니면 계획적으로?
딱 잘라 말하긴 어렵지만 충동적인 것 같아.
난 계획적인 것 같아. 혜성이 사건까지 생각하면.
서혜성 글 쓴 거 보고 튀어나온 것 같기도 하고.
계획 아니야? 사진 퍼올리고 예고까지 하는데.
S. Yang seems impulsive. S. Yang Yang reacts impulsively to the changing situation. Bingo, my thought, your thought. Thanks for maxing my sanity. After finding out there are only a few of you left in the accident site, S. Yang Yang crawl out of their hole. It's very unlikely that S. Yang Yang planned this all out. Oh, is that why you're called plug hole? Because you're gonna plug their hole? What do you want to plug their hole? Slut? God, I hate that. That's such a bad play on words. The group seemed to believe that S. Yang Yang was very impulsive.
무대 사진 처음엔 엄청 놀랐는데 지금 보면 몰리다 꺼낸 카드야. 나름 순발력 있네. 개 놀랐는데.
충동적인 만큼 치밀하진 못했다는 건가?
충동적인 거면 뭐가 달라지는데요?
If S. Yang Yang is an impulsive person, but provocative strategy will work well on him. We got two leads so far. First, by putting consistent pressure on S. Yang Yang, they made a mistake of not erasing the time on metadata part. From that mistake, we could infer that the photo was stolen from a watch in your place. The other one is our main challenge. There must be extra clues in S. Yang Yang's many unplanned posts. Let's figure it out. What did you do that on Father? I didn't add you. Come on, you shared with me the account and the password. You can use multiple accounts on PC. That's not important at the moment. Assume that S. Yang Yang is someone you already know. With that in mind, read their posts again to find out anything suspicious. Review their earlier ones, they must have given out more clues. Huh? The contestant... Yeah, we've read this before. We get the impersonation of the producer. Just assume those posts were written by someone you know well. What comes to your mind? They left me to die. Considering we thought that she died in an accident, though the button pretty much spells it out rather he killed her, it's very interesting that they just say they left me to die. This false accusation that we left the producer to die is a bit off. Interesting. You're more concerned with getting no blamed yourself. Anyway, let's remove the impersonated name. In the sentence saying that you should be held responsible for leaving Seung Young to die, I mean the Seung Young part. What about it? It's impossible for S. Seung Young to know if she was left out to die or not. From the statement, we can safely infer that S. Seung Young is projecting their own experience to this matter. Neglection. Union made their first appearance at around 12:20 a.m. Union's death was made public after that. To whom did you report her death? The rescue team? Beastars, they were the first to be contacted. Interesting, that means Beastars is the first. The official account manager of Beastars posted the news nearly at the same time. Okay, we're on the right track. Young stayed anonymous for fear of legal accusation or refutation. Young was afraid of being bashed by the public when their identity was revealed. That's why that dumb Young decided to use a fake name. A name to give themselves some authority. That was Young's Shin's name. Impersonation. You know what I'm saying? Now it's your turn to help me. Don't make me do the whole thing. Soon came the Young spouse that plot hole is shared. Let's see. Got everything in that specific time. These are all stuff that we read before. Elaborate on this instead of nothing, which is an impressive opportunity of someone else. Okay, that's the jealousy. Betrayal. Disregarded. Punishment. And that's it. It's been a while. Miss me, didn't you?
감에 같은 소리 하네.
Shut up, blowhole. Not so much. It's okay to be honest with me, dude. Dude, my sanity! Anyway, let's continue the investigation. We will discuss and get to the conclusion, alright? Alright. Decide to calmly mention some things that disturb him.
해보자. 시간이 무한정 있지는 않아.
Oh, it's a single top. Okay. I'll just talk about it. As Union already knew the producer's dead before the news was out. The official Beastars account that announced her dead. The dead almost at the same. Wouldn't it be? That sentence is badly written. It must have been kept secret. See what I'm trying to get here? I hope you do. Or you don't. I do know. Fantastic. The official account already knew about her death, but waited for the announcement timing of the public news. There must be a chat room or social network dedicated to the Beastar staff. They must have heard about her death and been warned not to disclose it to the public disclose it before the public broadcast. Except any staff members who weren't in the chat, the current staff members must have known about it. Early acquisition. Could present a new keyword. What? Let me just continue with this talk. Oh, I thought that it okay, I thought that it eliminated it from the list. That's bullshit, okay. This troll is not dead themselves, they still sound quite resentful. That person wouldn't use fire anyway. From that, I can assume that Young was projecting their own resentment on their own yeah, no, it should be resentment, not resent. Like, resent sounds weird in that sentence. Again, where was the editor for the translation here? Like, where were they? Did they even have one? I would assume not, considering the other stuff. What as Young said so far wasn't really about Young. Left her to die should be rephrased to left me to die. Now recollect if a former staff member caused an issue in the past. You should present a new keyword, okay. Dominic Shade ex Yakuza agnostic Christian devout demon hater. I know, right? Isn't he great? Regarding Young's blame on Hyuk for his rich family background, Young's just going along with the public opinion, I think. But nonetheless, they couldn't fully hide their jealousy. Mr. Hyuk Lee, I mean, whoa, it feels quite natural to attach the prefix mixer to this rich guy. The public image of Hyuk is enough to arouse jealousy from many. His talent, personality, family background, etc. I'm getting jealous too. Come on, don't pretend like you aren't. Anyway, Young seems to know about the hidden story of Hyuk's scholarship from Young's sarcastic tone on the criticism of the scholarship. I can sense that they are a university student of a similar age as Hyuk. Or maybe that was the only thing that they could use to get on Hyuk's nerve. You should present a new keyword, okay. Come think of it, the tone Young uses to criticize Ina and Young is somewhat different from others. Young blames him to be an attention seeker. Like, that's, again, I'm pretty sure that's not grammatically correct, or at least it doesn't sound supernatural. Like, it could sound more natural with a different word. Young is probably jealous of him, trying to hide a sense of inferiority. You know those people. Now it's time to profile this person. I believe this person is older than Young and Ina. That's why Young blows up so much steam against them. Maybe as well as Hyuk and Young is doing their best not to get caught by changing IP and so. I think Young failed to make a professional debut or something like that. Another possibility is this one. I heard both Young and Ina didn't make it to the university, so little is not about Ina, but her education background was revealed somehow. Then Young must be feeling superior to them in terms of their educational background. Young disclosed some past stories of beasts like the team mission of Young and Ina, Young's school violence, and an affair between Young and a dancer. I've checked the fact about this scandal and I found out he was simply framed by others. The scandal happened between the 6th and to 9th episodes. Young didn't mention anything before or after those episodes. They could be one of the staff members who worked during that period, or just wanted to harass Young online. Oh boy, this never ends. When Young mentions Young or you, Young is most likely to call you by your well-known titles, the runaway and betrayer. Young Han, the betrayer, sums up, huh? I don't think so. Anyway, the reason Young uses those titles is not only because of the show's controversial nature, but also because of their personal emotion. Emotions! Maybe they thought you guys would emphasize with them. Since your indie band and Young had already been in the industry for a while, Young could have been your fan, who knows? You know about reciprocity. As much as Young care about their celeb, they expect the celeb to show them an equivalent amount of interest. Don't develop... It makes me sleepy. Don't develop parasocial relationship, people. Sometimes people feel betrayed when the celeb doesn't recognize them, right? Fun to hate there. That's it for now. I'll be back soon with S Young Young again. Making S Young Young reveal more and more while exchanging punches. However, S Young Young gives out a crucial clue. How are you gonna provoke S Young Young? I can hit their weak spots, such as their own ego or complex. If I keep bringing up every past issue that had been caused by the staff member, S Young Young might strongly react to one of them. You know what that means. Which one do you think will be more effective? I'll leave that to you. Now go talk to your friends like a great detective. This is the least detective game that I ever played. Like, this is not a detective game. In the meantime, I'll be boxing with S Young Young. Go. Go, if you will. After finishing his stories, Duyin raised his head.
너 2대 페이터 스타가 되려는 건 아니지?
S 승연 때문에 초조하시겠지만요.
도윤아, 배터리를 아껴. 꺼져버릴지도 몰라.
혹시 힌트가 될 만한 걸 찾았어?
네. 지금부터 S 승연을 추적해볼 생각이에요. 그걸 위해서 얘기 좀 해봐요, 우리.
Okay, let's save. Because it's a good time for me to get some coffee. Why is this game so bad? I'm gonna become the Joker. Anyway, I'll get some coffee and then I'll come back and I'll try to not be as sleepy. This game has me so fucking done. I went to make myself an enema cake and I got hit by the realization that Dominic was raised by a wolf with Trigon. Yeah. I mean, the outfit kind of like the outfit is basically the same as Wolfwood. Like, yeah, it's basically the same vibe. Person who is unaware. I mean, if you're not into Trigon, that happens. Anyway, I'm gonna get myself some coffee and try to not fall asleep in the process, which is the normal thing that this game causes to me. The new Trigon wasn't it? Yeah, but there was like a Trigon in the 90s. That's the thing. Like, Trigon has always existed. You just weren't aware of it. And then the new Trigon happened, and then you became aware of it. And now you look back at it, and it's like, oh, I see. But like, I remember 90s Trigon because I'm an old little seal. I'm extremely old, so. But anyway, I'll be right back. I have written. I know it exists, but I forgot. Yeah, it happens. Sometimes you forget that people. Sometimes you forget that things exist. It happens. Anyway, back to this shit. Oh boy. Right, I need to call this bitch first. You know, for friendship points.
헤이터의 플러그 홀 어떻게 생각해?
What I think is, why do you call yourself plug hole? Because you want men to plug your holes, slut?
일단 S 승연하고 붙었으니까
You know?
의도치 않게 우리 편? 형은 뭐라고 생각하는데?
결국엔 똑같은 익명 계정.
S 승연보단 나은 거 아니야?
흐름이란 건 알 수가 없어. S 승연이 사라지기라도 하면? 구경하던 사람들은 승자가 나온 걸 축하하겠지.
그리고
플러그 홀이 S 승연 포지션에서 더한 말을 시작할지도 몰라.
Nah, he seems nice. He might want me to plug his holes. That's the worst thing that could happen, really.
말하는 투는 S 승연하고 맞먹고 익명이기도 하니까.
그래도 지금은 저 사람 아니었으면 힘들었을 거야.
This is very good coffee, by the way.
입장 바꾸지 않길 바라야겠지.
God, I bought some coffee like a couple of years ago that had like this aftertaste of raspberries. I wish I could buy more of that, but it's so expensive. I don't even know if the people making like selling that coffee even sell it anymore, because the economy is so shit that they might have closed their business. So, you know, just to depress myself a little bit.
모르겠어.
It could have been a lucky guess.
아시잖아요.
It's a problem if it wasn't.
그래.
Because that means they acquired the information before the announcement. We provided the information to the Beastars personnel only.
그럴까?
You think they immediately relayed the news to the rescue team? With that, Yu Yun let out a sigh. There's no way of knowing it from here. I'm trying to speculate based on the circumstances and possibilities.
그러면
We don't know if the truth awaits us at the end of it. But it should be better than just sitting here all frustrated.
글쎄.
An incident where someone got neglected unfairly. Everyone here was busy tending to themselves.
그래요.
Right, and things progressed very rapidly. On the other hand, I can't help but wonder why. Young quietly shook her head. Young suddenly opened his mouth at Young. Everyone accepts their reasons differently. Young fell silent at Young's remark.
그런가?
That's true. Was I being selfish?
아니요.
No, I've also been through a lot and have done many things. The reason was different each time, it just crossed my mind. I'll take what you just said and think.
아마
Considering their provoking tone, they're not middle-aged.
그래요.
They mastered IP and tried to do some doxing.
확실히
They even stole a photo from the cloud drive. I think you're right about their age. I hate to break this to you, but there are doxers age like 35 and up. Just saying. They exist, they're not that difficult to find. Yun looked down on her watch grimly. Seongyun is very wicked.
그래서
They know the remarks are provoking a certain level of enthusiasm from the public. Immersed in their own game, they lost the chance to exit without trouble.
그렇지.
And we're trying to take advantage of the situation to get rid of Seongyun. We should be able to narrow down the suspect pool if we keep talking. Actually, now that I think about it, I forgot to check pattern. You're training me. da. When will Duyun be executed? Please hurry. You have more to go. One person for each hour is too long. Dude. Why are people into that game so weird? Did anyone see Plugful added to the is added to the friend list of Duyun and their friends lol. And yet.
그러면
I guess it was from the beginning of Super Week to the finals.
혹시
Do you remember any conspicuous event or episode?
어?
Regarding the staff or contestants or about me? Do you just want me to tell you anything?
네.
Yes, for now. You paused to think while rubbing her chin.
그게
There was a rival mission during episode 6.
그땐
Masquerade barely passed the rival mission.
난
And the show made it look like it had a serious conflict with Hyuk.
맞아요.
I was surprised because he was different from what I saw.
그래.
He portrayed me as a hysterical maniac. He was also portrayed as someone who tried to go along with me but talked behind my back. In reality, it was just an intense discussion that resulted from a difference in opinions. Even after we came to an agreement, they made it look like we were still on bad terms with each other. Stage conflicts. Okay.
그럴까?
A grumbling former fan of Beloved or Masquerade, huh? Most of my fans turned against me.
아무래도
Same here, virtually all fans turned against me after I made it to the finals. The two of them let out sighs while staring at each other. I'm having mixed feelings.
그런가?
Hey, were we even that popular?
글쎄요.
And the thing is, that is, Seungyeon could be one of the former fans.
너는?
I'm suddenly repressed. What about you?
아니에요.
I'm not thrilled. I don't have a clue either. That's such a weird conversation.
그렇지.
You pair me up with Hyuk.
그땐
What was the song for the team mission? Come what may?
맞아.
You remember well, Hyuk didn't give any opinion at the time. I'm sure Hyuk had his own ideas, but he stuck to mine too much. He was giving his own only when I almost pressured him to. That might have looked like a quarrel.
난
I was actually enjoying our conversation. Getting my walkthrough.
그래요.
You guys were just having a normal conversation. It's not like you can always laugh and be happy when talking to someone. You shouldn't have lowered himself like that.
그렇지.
It's one of the reasons why I provoked him a bit. He just wanted to know what he really had in mind.
맞아.
Yeah, he later tagged me for that. Young let out a low sigh.
그때
I caught them trying to show something different than the quarrel we had.
그래요?
Something else?
그건
The gossip that circulated on Father earlier. I found out they were trying to add that to the episode. That's harsh.
그러니까
At that time, I went to confront Seungyeon myself. I angrily demanded her to give up on that, so she dropped it eventually. I was so surprised back then.
아무래도
There must be a way.
그래.
They ran their mouth even before the announcement was made.
그렇지만
They might have gotten lucky with bluffing.
맞아.
You're right, they were just guessing. The two of them fell silent while staring at each other.
그래도
Well, we clearly made some progress with this. We weren't wasting our time after all. We can at least determine which direction we should head towards.
그런 거면
If they thought something was unfair, were they criticized for something they didn't do or blamed more than they deserved? Is that what they're venting on like that on Father?
그럴지도.
I just think it's plausible.
뭐였더라?
An incident involving the staff, if we're to narrow it down. and Dooyeon faced each other, lost in thought. I remember the accident when our profiles got mixed up.
그랬지.
It was clearly a mess. People started a boycott of Beastars, and it became a trend to complain directly to the official Beastars account. They missed the basic numbers, which means the data wasn't being managed properly. I even saw a comment accusing the show of fabricating the number of votes. Yeah, that's the only thing that comes to mind at the moment. Oh, it's time to kill Joe. Good luck with Joe.
그러고 보니
At first, I thought we were just receiving many complaints.
그랬었는데.
But as time went on, things got more serious and intense. The show announced that the youngest staff member was responsible for the accident.
그렇지.
They chose a clear target. Things were heating up around the show. Egan tapped her watch. I found out later and became afraid of Father. Were you okay before that? When I was in Beloved, Father wasn't that popular. I tried to avoid crowded places when I was not working. Egan stopped rubbing her wrist and lowered it slowly. Is that fucking Young Dog Megalobox? Yeah, I mean it's a reference mostly, but yeah, kinda, yeah, yeah. See what I mean, Grim? I knew that you would like it. You're gonna get all of the references, even references I didn't get. Like again, the makers of this of Wolfstride are Brazilian. They know what they're doing. They knew what they were doing. What do you mean they're Brazilian? How does that explain everything? It explains everything. Young stopped rubbing her wrist and lowered it slowly. Anyways, I said something when the accident broke out. We were all surprised. But I should have tried to understand the context before saying something. The situation was already bad enough. But well, you know what they say, no grace for stray dogs, Joe, so get up. Exactly.
그건
You assume they're a college student?
막연해.
That sounds a little vague.
그거야.
I can only speculate for now.
아마.
I don't know much, but I think there were many college students among the staff members. The whole place got quiet once the vacation season was over. Yuko briefly fell silent as he rubbed his chin. I don't have anything else to say on this matter.
아무래도
You should ask Sale about the issues concerning the staff. I'm sorry I couldn't help you.
뭐였더라?
The finals begin with episode 9. Episode 6 was about team missions.
아,
You got some good memory.
그거야.
I can't forget because that's when I made it to the finals.
혹시
Anything that comes to your mind? Let's see. I had no time to care about other matters because things were so hectic back
나도.
then. By then, everyone was slinging mud on their own. Okay, that's the one.
그거 있잖아.
Things really got heated at the end of the preliminaries. Not just us, but also for the viewers.
결국
At the end, we were nearly suffocating one another.
그랬지.
Yeah, we were exhausted both mentally and physically. I knew what to expect from the beginning, but it was a different kind of incident. You scratched the tip of... Really? The tip of his nose? Well, I guess it's a fine place to scratch.
어쨌든
But we managed to make it to the finals. And see where it has gotten us now. They could be an old fan.
어때?
Yeah, either an old fan of Young's or mine.
글쎄,
Well, I never made my debut, so...
나는
Actually, most of my former fans turned against me.
그건
That's because of the misunderstanding.
어?
Is that what you believe?
솔직히
What choice do I have? You saved my life. Gay. I will always believe you. Gay.
저기
You're embarrassing me. Gay!
Huh?
What do you mean? I've always been like this. Gay!
Hmm?
When are you going to stop? Gay! Probably never. Gay! When the gay slowly gets more and more high pitched. Like, we get it, you're yaoi baited, you yaoi baiter.
아,
He really is yaoi bait. Trademark, copyright. What's the last one? It's trademark, copyright, and the R. What's the R one? All rights reserved. I think it's rights reserved. I think it's that one. Oh, you're talking about that time when they broadcast the episode where they made it look like there was a serious argument between you and me.
그게
I think it was during episode 6. He scratched the back of his head. I was somewhat subdued because I wanted to keep the peace with her. It was a mistake though. Like, why is he so yaoi bait? He needs to chill.
그건
It was your fault to a certain extent. Lowering yourself blindly doesn't mean that you're respecting the other person.
맞아.
Right, and you also thought it was not right. Our discussion might have sounded like an argument.
그게
And they aired it?
아니야.
No, actually they edited it into different scenes with that one. Completely out of context, but the conversation was edited to achieve what they wanted. It never ceased to surprise me. That's when I realized what dreadful the consequence of editing could be. I'll say in my period cramps me that call him down on the yaoi bait. Oh no, not the blood moon. We hate the blood moon. We hate to see it.
하여튼
We hate to feel it. Or make him worse. He might get worse. To be fair, I think he might get worse. The public opposition was quite severe at the time. The build of anger towards Beastars finally exploded. They also suspected the production crew of intentionally changing their profiles in favor of some contestants. The
그랬었지.
company then saved his neck by creating a scapegoat. I heard it was the youngest staff member who uploaded the profile data. The production staff responded quickly. They fired him first and then made an official statement. Yuko spoke again after a brief pause.
그런데
But the staff member was pretty well known in the fighter community.
그럴까?
He wasn't as well known as Seungyeon though.
혹시
Do you think he could be the one? I heard some of the staff members disclose their workplaces or job titles on Fighter. They all seem to get along when things are going well, but things could get ugly if an accident occurred, like the profile one.
결국
Some of them even ended up deleting their accounts. I overheard something like that several times. God damn it, stop giving me topics!
그게
Come to think of it, it could have happened to you as well. The official account manager came to see me out of nowhere.
그랬어.
Oh, he also came to see me. Ian quietly nodded. He told me he was being replaced after he got caught up in an issue and how he thought it was unfair.
그랬었지.
I've never had seen this guy before, so I was a bit taken aback. He did that to you too.
그래.
Yeah, he came out of nowhere and said the same thing. I think that's the one. Yeah.
혹시
Weren't you surprised? It's like a total stranger came to see you out of nowhere.
맞아.
I was indeed. Leon recollected his memory as he watched Hugh hunching his shoulders.
그땐
Okay, but that should be hunch his shoulders. Like you kept. Why do you change your verbal time with that word? It should have been the second. Like this. Beyond the fact that this is badly written, it's just badly edited. Like, please, whoever was the translator, I don't besmirch you, but please, you should have contacted an editor to check the text. So it was like you know, clean. At the time I didn't know what to say. It just came out of nowhere. I'm sure anyone would have felt the same. Okay, replacement. 2 out of 9, Jesus Christ!
아무래도
The company has been warning us for some time. They probably advised against posting things about the company because it would make everyone suffer. Make everyone suffer? That sounds quite bothersome.
그건
There were more fatal accidents this season compared to the past seasons. The show was gaining popularity and they had to be more cautious.
글쎄요.
About what though? Yoon gently cleared her throat.
예를 들어서
Suppose somebody revealed their identity as a Beastars worker or contestant and troll around like S Young Young does. This show would ultimately have to deal with any trouble eventually.
그럼
The person who caused the trouble would also be held responsible. That would really make everyone suffer. It kinda makes sense, but
문제는 그거야.
the warning message itself was too intimidating. They should have drawn a line or something. It's like they were forcing to stop using fire altogether. It never ends.
진짜야?
Things we told the production crew must have leaked before it was announced.
그래서
I'm guessing they leaked it before making an official announcement. From Beastars Productions crew to SN Young. Well, you gave me an answer, thanks.
Huh?
I did. What was my answer? You really don't know? Ina scratched her head with a baffled look on her face.
그거는
The answer is asking Sale about the staff members. Well, you gave me an answer, thanks. That's not the response I was expecting. Is not the answer? That's okay, that's weird.
뭔데?
Has Union blames us for something? I can't even imagine since they're not revealing their identity. We can't apologize just because they're throwing a fit. We don't even know what the problem is.
혹시
Do you remember anything that might be considered an accident? An accident involving the staff? Well,
애매한데.
there were many accidents involving the staff. Why are they using accident when they clearly mean incident? Like, that's a very consistent thing here. They keep using accidents where, like, I'm pretty sure it would be incident. Which I wonder if it's the same exact word in Korean. And that's the reason why they're using accidents. But, like, again, with an editor, this wouldn't have happened. Because it's like, you wouldn't say accidents with the staff. Like, it's just incident. It's a work incident. Why do I have so many complaints about this game so bad?
그래?
I'm gonna become the Joker. Again. Again. You're gonna become like the triple Joker. The Joker that is also the Joker that is also the Joker that is also the Joker. That also accidentally hits my mic and also is the Joker again. So any one of them that comes to mind? There were different accidents, serious ones, minor ones, some that pissed me off. Ian broke the silence by asking her again. You don't remember the details? Dude,
있어봐.
pushing me like that won't help me remember things, okay? Is there anything else? I might remember something if I hear something that reminds me. I'm not really good at remembering things from the past.
내 참.
They should be taking life a bit more seriously, having a degree and all. We created all this mess in this situation,
진짜.
and they mug me for being a dropout. What the hell?
그거 있잖아.
We're just speculating.
뭘?
What's so special about graduating for college nowadays, huh?
그래서
So what I'm guessing is that this is not enough to guess anything. Ina put her hands around her waist after a brief pause.
그치만
It drives me nuts though. Graduating from college wasn't a requirement for joining the audition, so why are they harassing me?
그건
I told you it's just a guess.
그러니까
So why do you make a guess that would piss me off? If it's real, I can never forgive them. I mean, she has a point. About some stuff. The amount of No More Hero-esque odd jobs in Wolfstride, man. Yeah, you're gonna get a lot of those. Like 4 of them. 5 maybe. I don't remember. Does the bicycle one? Does the There's a digging one. Then there's another one. Then there's the arcade that you can spruce out, and that gives you money by doing absolutely nothing. You just get an arcade that you start putting money into, and it gives you money in return. What else? I think there was one more. It's been a while. That's when my snobby character began to gain attention.
그땐
From Super Week up to the finals. Did any of the staff members stand out at the time?
어?
Stand out at the time?
말이 돼?
You must be out of your mind. Oh yeah, the BDSM. BDSM and the card washing, the junk digging and the junk hunting. Yeah. I still cannot believe that they really call that BDSM. I kinda love that they just call it BDSM. Oh yeah, and the omelette smuggling. Right, there's also that. Although again, when you get the arcade, it gives you a decent amount of money once you've invested like 100% into it. So you don't worry much about money. You mostly like do the activities for pineapples. Like the odd jobs is mostly for the pineapples and stuff, not so much for the money. Once you get the arcade 100% dead. You must be out of your mind. You even know how many people frequented that place?
그게
All you have to say is that you don't know. Ina crossed her arms and shook her head. It's like looking for a needle in a haystack. The scope is too broad. We need to narrow it down.
잠깐만.
Come to think of it, they hired staff members sometime in between. A whole bunch of them came in and helped us with various things. And they all quit at the same time when school started up again.
어?
I know, what about them?
그러니까
They looked amazed. It was their first time seeing a celebrity, a broadcasting company, and all the related facilities. What celebrity? Ina sighed while scratching the side of her head.
야,
You have no interest in anyone, do you? You young, of course.
어?
Oh, I remember now, she was a beloved member when those guys were in high school.
그렇다니까.
I think many of them were her fans. They cheer and scream as soon as they saw her. They even asked for her autograph and took pictures with her. It looked like a fan meeting.
그땐
So you do remember. Just seeing them made me feel happy. Ah, God damn it, another one! Stop giving me topics!
왜 그래?
I do remember. What about it? When you going to talk about S Young? Is that also related to something?
있잖아.
I'm trying to go over what happened during episodes 6 to 9.
생각해 볼게.
69. Nice. It was clearly episode 6. Ina fiddled with her fingers on her chin. We should talk to Yu Young and or Hyuk directly. I didn't have many interactions with them during episode 6.
그건
Same here. Then let's talk about something else.
이야.
It was crazy. I mean, mixing up the profiles is one thing, but I can't believe nobody checked them before they were posted.
그랬지.
It was brought to their attention by some random user. Things weren't all that pleasant because the finals were just around the corner. They worsened things by attempting to gloss over the issue. The two of them quietly stared at each other.
그래도
And they looked pathetic when they tried to shirk out the flame. Can't wait. This game makes me less capable of reading. This game makes me more illiterate than I already am. It just makes me more illiterate. And we didn't pay any attention because we didn't want to be distracted.
알잖아.
The production crew didn't provide us with any details as to how they handled the issue.
됐어.
Technically, it's their responsibility. Anyhow, considering the cause, development, and the conclusion, it was one of the most serious accidents that ever happened in Beastars.
말하자면
Everyone wants to talk about their own story, right? I guess. And being a member of a certain organization doesn't forbid you from using fodder either. The problem is that using fodder could lead to more accidents.
정리하면
The problem lies with the management, not father.
혹시
Anything in particular that comes to mind? I remember the accident where the official account was mistakenly used for posting inappropriate comments. Oh. Well, that's so... Like, how is this production so bad? Like, you will think that these people would have like an NDA or something on their contracts.
그럴지도.
The kind of job is hard to avoid criticism. It's got to a little bit hard to avoid criticism, especially after when he made a major mistake like that.
맞아.
Of course, he was supposed to be the official account manager. He was actually severely criticized for making that mistake. In a sigh deeply.
아니야?
It's the account for posting an announcement. Imagine how many people saw the message. It was such an explosion of criticism. He explained that he mixed up the official account with his personal account, but people didn't buy it. Everyone thought that there must have been another reason. By then, I couldn't watch it anymore. Okay.
그렇다면
Come to think of it, he was one of the fans.
그게
But who is he? He was given the role of managing the official account later. Ina clicked her tongue while looking at Duyun's face.
뭔데?
But you look so lost.
아니 잠깐.
It's like you don't care about anything other than yourself.
그게
Well, at the time I had Masquerade to worry about.
그래.
I see, I guess that makes sense. The problem is that he played favorites with the official account. Oh my god, woman!
진짜.
The account accident was ridiculous. He used the official account to share negative posts towards Hyeseong. Not just a few, but a whole bunch of posts. Ina frantically scratched the back of her head.
그게
He's also been monitoring father with his personal device. He had been switching between the official account and his personal account when writing posts, and he forgot to switch accounts when writing the posts. That sounds horrible.
어쨌든
He deleted the post right away, but it was too late. People, starting with his young fans, reacted crazily. I mean, yeah. I'm not surprised.
아닌 것 같아.
They shouldn't have happened. He was open about being a beloved fan even when he was on the official account.
그러니까
I know, what would other people think? They thought Visas intended to shun Hyeseong while supporting Young. Duyun broke the silence while nodding.
그러면
Looking at it that way, I believe this was the most serious accident.
하지만
But surprisingly, the accident was all wrapped up after they posted a statement of apology. The official account manager was replaced instead of getting fired.
그러니까
That's why timing is important. He got caught and punished, but survived nonetheless. While the other guy got fired immediately after messing up the profiles. Oh my god.
나도야.
I saw some of the staff members who came to see you young. Weren't you also visited by some of your fans?
그랬지.
Only briefly in the beginning. The band wasn't that popular and there was also an incident during the finals. You're being modest. I was really nervous when I first saw you young. Whatever you had performed on stage before, so I could feel the difference in you. I didn't think I'd make it to the finals. That's not something I want to hear from you. I'm actually complimenting you. Gay! Well, thank you then.
그러니까
And that's why I want you to cheer up.
알잖아.
I know what you mean. Let's pull ourselves together. Right, it's not over until we make it out of here safely. And once we do, it's going to be a new beginning for us. Yay!
글쎄
I understand the staff members could be fans too, but there's no need to be open about it.
있잖아.
In Young's case, it was one of Beloved's fans.
그럼
Then he may hold a grudge against Yu Young.
아니야.
Not really. He said he was glad to see her in person. Why would he attack her if he liked her so much? I mean, good point. Unless it's one of like, if I can have you, no one no one can situations. You could quietly rub his chin. Why?
만약에
What if he was lying? Maybe he was glad to see her in the audition because he thought he could harm her. What? There are no clues to indicate that. I know, but everyone lies. Is that coming from you, honey? Are you trying to tell me that you killed someone? That you're lying to me because you killed someone? Hey.
어,
I was surprised at first. I was happy someone would remember that time and welcome me. I wish only good things happened, but
혹시
something happened.
그게
It was my mistake. He wanted to hear the stories from the past, so I told him a little.
그게
From the past? What are you talking about? About the concept of beloved. The concept of beloved? It was a cute girl.
근데
At first, his concept was to be chic, but it had to be changed right before the debut.
그땐
At the time that was gaining popularity. Must have been a misjudgment. I was confused but okay with it. Because it was a debut that we had been longing for. The agency failing to identify a market trend among the concept of the girl group right before making their debut. I mean, I hate to break these two agencies, but market trends are bad. Just get good forehead. I don't see anything wrong with that story though.
그건
The next day,
그렇지만-
what I said was posted on the official Beastars website and Father. You must have immediately known who was responsible. My boss called me up and I was reprimanded.
그때
I've learned to watch my mouth ever since. I answered his question because I was glad to see him. Oh my god! I've been lucky because I've been witnessing my favorite fuck up Dominic Shea resign himself to his daughter being way too cool. Alas, to simply escape from the wrath of a devilish tomboy jazz singer's child. Yeah, get used to that.
그때
I was embarrassed at the time. He often used the official account to indicate that he was a fan of Beloved.
그래요.
It was controversial among the Father users.
아무래도
That's only natural since this is an audition show. But then I couldn't step forward and ask him to stop. Her gaze dropped to the floor. Ian put her hands together and raised her head again.
결국
In the end, I had to go see him myself, but then... He didn't listen to you?
그게
He thought I was just being modest or thankful. Maybe I didn't make myself clear because I was feeling embarrassed. I didn't think he was doing that for me or Beloved. He just seemed obsessed with his role.
확실히
I began to watch my mouth.
그럴지도.
Nebi's great. You're gonna get like when you by the time you get to the end of the game, you're gonna get some shit with Nev that is gonna be like absolutely fucking fantastic. Also, there's a plot twist that happens like 2/3 of the game, around 2/3 of the game, I think, give or take, regarding Nev that is pretty cool. Like, there's a lot of emotional like beats in Wolfstride that are fucking incredible. You know when you get to them, but like it's so good. Everybody needs to play Wolfstride at least once. It's so good. Things are good in Aqua and other contestants become quiet. The staff members overheard many things while working at the studio. I'm even like willing to replay Wolfstride on stream again because oh god, I need to clean like this game from my mind. I need to clean buried stars from my life. The staff members overheard many things while working at the studio.
난
I was just answering his questions. They even posted a notification for everyone involved in the show. I never thought I'd be the first one.
그래도
You learned your lesson, and the issue was resolved before it got worse.
그래
I was given a warning and that was it.
그런가요?
But what about the staff member who wrote the post? Was he okay too?
그렇지.
Yeah, part of that was my fault for being careless. 5 movement, 4 ammo, 3 action points. Oh, that's a good, yeah. yeah, the Deadlock strategy is pretty good. I think that I had a setup my setup by the end of the game, it was kind of low on ammo, but like I could recover ammo regularly without issues, so by that point in the game, like it's fine. Like you're fine, really. After finishing her remark, Young wore a puzzled look.
결국
But in the end, the accident happened.
그래요?
Accident. By the way, which staff member spread the post?
그게
It was a younger staff member.
혹시
Oh, the guy who had fire after the profile incident accident? That guy, huh? He keeps getting mentioned.
맞아.
Right, even before the accident, he often wrote posts about contestants of the website or fodder. Especially Stance is funny. It is funny. It is silly. He was probably fired because of that. Spread your legs. Unfortunate. I'm sure Young said it because she was glad to see them.
아마도
She would have never expected that it would get leaked.
그렇다면
But I guess it didn't lead to a serious problem. I think it was a bit risky. He could have prompted more serious comments. I don't think she would have fallen for it, but she could have let her guard down since it was a question from the staff. He could suddenly change the topic as if something had just crossed his mind.
혹시
Have you ever felt it? Even the staff members prefer certain contestants over the others.
그랬어.
I did, especially during the finals. They seemed cranky towards their favorite contestants' competitors. People that started more recently seem way more unprofessional about it.
볼 것도 없어.
It was unfair for her, though, to be honest. She was just being kind to her fan. What is she supposed to do? Just ignore him?
그건
I think that itself was a problem. She didn't tell him just so that he could spread it all over the internet. 10 morale from using skills, 13 deadlock, 90 there, range 3, yeah. Pineapple is stress. Pineapple Express is, it's pretty good.
그거 있잖아.
She should have been more careful. How can she be sure if someone's really her fan?
맞았어.
You have a point.
아마도
She's been quite careful about this since she had some experience with it before, but I guess she let her guard down temporarily. That staff member is in the circle. Gonna lower her gaze.
그래도
Maybe he didn't mean to screw up things at all.
그럴지도.
Yeah, he could really be a former fan, as he claimed.
말하자면
Maybe he wanted to brag about talking with Yu Young, although the outcome wasn't pretty. I'm just sad that she has become quieter ever since the accident. Stacking taunt is also very, I'm practically free 30 damage. Stacking taunt is a very good strategy. Like, I wish I remember my setups better because I could give you better, advice on how to build, but like, Defender stance and stacking taunt can be absolutely killer. Like, absolutely broken.
맞아요.
As long as there is not a fight that counteracts like the taunt, your like taunting is great. Taunting will kill people. It will literally just kill people. You can, at some point, it comes at the fact that like, yeah, I'm killing people by taunting them. I'm basically just doing that, and it feels great. Clearly, it was Vistas who leaked Xiang Yang's accident for the first time. As Xiang Yang ran their mad off as if Xiang Yang was really dead. At the time, there wasn't even an official announcement yet.
그럴지도.
I guess the information could have been circulated internally.
그게요.
There are so many group chats that the staff use. What I need is a mainframe with a higher AP amount and I'll be Gucci. I think, like, don't quote me on that because I don't remember, but I think that you can get a better mainframe either gifting pineapples or in the VR game, because a VR game sometimes gives you parts. I think that there's an option for a better mainframe then, and otherwise you will get better mainframes that you, like, you know, go through the ranks, because Orguro Witch expands their catalog eventually. But I think you can get a better mainframe by gifting actually her. I think you can get a better mainframe if you 100% her pineapples, if memory serves me right. I think that is her who gives you a better mainframe. Like, one of the characters gives you a better mainframe. 100% sure of that. Yeah, get used to grinding at least for pineapples, if not for money. That's the one thing that you're probably gonna grind a little bit. That and the VR, because it takes a while to actually do it. Like, I stream it and I did the VR like off stream because it took me a while to do all of the VR fights. So I rather like just do them off screen, because otherwise it's like gonna be 4 hours of me just doing the VR. Not that fun, in my opinion. But like the VR, you just win the fight once and it's fine. Like, you will get the rewards as long as you win the fight once. So like, you just have to do everything once. But it will take a while to do everything once, because the later fights are a pain in the fucking ass. So yeah, you're gonna get used to grinding a little bit. There are so many group chats that the staff use. I would tell you, like, again, I'm pretty sure it's the witch. I'm pretty sure it's CC that you have to give the pineapples and 100% her to get a mainframe. You might still want to see like a gift guide for them, because I don't remember exactly. But even if you wait, like, she will get 1 or 2 new mainframes eventually as you level up the ranks. There's so many group chats that the staff use. There are different types of staff members, so it's hard to keep count of them. There's also a chat room for former staff members.
혹시
Are some of these chat rooms used for work purposes?
네.
Of course, for emergency contacts. Since we have some part-timers, not everybody was given a company email, you know?
그럼
Do you think they also received the information provided by us? Sale nodded after a brief silence.
어쩔 수 없지.
They had to post a notice on the Beastar official account and report the news to the executives. It's likely that the news was spread among the group chats as well. Still, the scope is quite broad.
어?
Even if we narrow it down to those in the chat rooms,
사실은
it's just that so many people come and go. And sometimes former employees still remain in some chat rooms. Oh, for the love of God! Stop giving me conversation topics.
네?
Any mistaken mind about the staff? You're talking about the guy responsible for the social media part.
맞아.
Ah yes, Bigo reference also. Something about holding a grudge or being neglected. Cell started to stare into the air for a minute, but still regained focus.
사실은
In fact, there were a few incidents. Who doesn't use Fire these days? Although you're one of the few people who seldom use Fire.
그렇다고 볼 수 있죠.
That's why information has often been leaked by the staff. A leak? Yeah, a leak.
말하자면
Like that thing Hatsune Miku like twirls around in that one song. You know the one? For example, using personal accounts to upload photos while working on the show, or leaking the recording schedule and rankings and so
그런
on.
편이죠.
If people discover the personal accounts of Beastar staff members, hardcore fans keep monitoring them. I heard there had been coaxing new info out of one of the more gullible members, or even offering to pay for new info. An experienced staff member would have been careful, but there were also short-term workers. There was another training session for the entire staff of the preliminaries. It was for conveying the message of the staff that they should be careful with their personal accounts.
그럼
Has the number of incidents decreased since then? Yeah, but not completely. Oh my fucking god, guys! How many topics do you need to talk about? Like, how is this helpful?
그럴까요?
Half of these conversations are not needed. Half of them wouldn't be needed in a better game that actually paces itself properly. Which, I'm gonna point out something important, this route still has like 5 more, like not counting this one that we're doing, it still has 5 more conversation scenes that you have to go through. 5. And a couple of like bad endings in the middle of those that you can get. Route B has only like 2, 3, maybe 3 after you find Hyeseong alive, like half dead, kind of. And Route I will need to check Route C, but Route C is also not that long. Route A is hilariously long in comparison. The pacing of this is also bad. I hate it. I hate it. I'm gonna become the Joker again. Like at this pace, we're probably gonna have like 4 more streams of these. Jesus Christ! Oh, I just realized we're gonna have like 4 more streams of these, and at least just to finish this, and then I need to do this. I made a mistake. I made a mistake by wanting to play this. I made a mistake. I made a mistake. I made a mistake. Eurokill would have been better than this. Raging Luke would have been better than this. I can name so many visual novels that are bad that are better than this. I hope that nobody heard that, because that was my tummy rumbling. They seem more disgusted than other people.
혹시
Any eligibility requirements you remember? Like age or educational background? Something that would make them feel that they feel that they are better, like there's supposed to be an R here than those two.
모르겠어요.
College students have good educational backgrounds. I'm not sure if you were aware of this, but there were so many college
그런
kids.
편이죠.
They work during college breaks and quit before the new school semester begins.
그럼
Which episodes were they then?
그거야.
Considering what was filmed, it should be from episode 6 to 7. They'll stop talking and gave a smirk.
근데
By the way, that kind of puts me in the category too. I'm older than Hyeseong. I graduated from a university. Although I have no sense of inferiority, I still hate Hyeseong. Yeah, you hate him because he's a dick. Well, he was. He's dead, but you get what I mean.
혹시나
Am I also a suspect? No, but only because I did a B route.
있잖아.
So forget about Hyeseong. What about Ina? I know you don't like Hyeseong, but I'm not sure about Ina. That alone proves that you're not Young.
맞아요.
You know me then. Of course not. No way I'd hate Ina.
사실은
But I actually dislike Hyeseong. Yeah, and he's dead. Could you stop acting like he's a piece of shit? You're talking about a corpse. You've been supporting us from the beginning.
아니야.
I don't think you dislike Hyeseong enough to hurt him.
네.
Exactly, I'm not the type to hurt anyone. Anyway, our suspect pool is too big at the moment. Oh my fucking god. I just keep getting topics. I just keep getting topics.
그 말은
Doing super weak.
그래.
Here's what happened in episodes 6 to 9. 69. Nice. Have been mainly discussed, so it's very likely that it is someone who worked during that period.
혹시나
Only that time period was covered because we were too into criticizing Hyeseong's past, right?
그리고
There are so many staff members who worked during that time. We hurriedly hired so many new recruits at the preliminaries because we were understaffed. Although many of them quit soon after, most of them were hired during episodes 6 to 9. Yeah, 69, nice. Look, I have to entertain myself in some way, otherwise I would be falling asleep right now. Their numbers amounted to about half of the total B-Star staff for the season.
그거 있잖아.
Can we narrow it down? Do any of those new recruits stand out? My memory is vague.
불확실해요.
It was during a college break, so we had a lot of college students and as contract workers. It's not like I hired or interviewed them myself. I can remember every single one of them. Okay, but like this is just repeating the same thing that we learned from the other keyword. So why are you giving me a new key? we don't need more keywords. You could have given me the information right there. Like, the pacing of this is so ridiculous. Like, I don't need those ones. You could just give me the information directly.
그게
Why do we have investigation scenes in this game? Like, why do we have these conversation scenes if we're gonna repeat topics slightly differently every time? And just... This game also has terrible pacing. I'm going to become the Joker. Congrats on beating the shit out of Joe Graham. I'm gonna beat the shit out of myself for my choices. Even after completing training, bad things inevitably happen.
그럼
If Father is so trendy, you have your account too?
왜요?
I do. Why are you asking?
혹시나
Am I suspected in any way?
아니야.
No, just asking out of curiosity. You don't even have a device.
그러니까요.
Exactly, I'm out of contact with everyone right now. I'm solely relying on you guys to know what's going on, which is extremely frustrating. Except you have that tablet PC, but whatever. Tail clenched the strap of his messenger bag. You said Seong-young could be one of the staff members, right? At the same time, you're asking me all these vague questions. Dude,
아시겠어요?
you know I'm the only staff member around here, right?
알잖아.
I do. You're the only one I can ask about about the details of the show. So don't be mad at me for asking questions. Then you should filter out some of your questions so as to not disturb me. Stop being a piece of shit, please. Like, I was giving this like a 4 out of 10, but I'm slowly lowering it to like a 3 out of 10. Maybe even a 2.5.
그럴까요?
Like, good art and good music cannot make up for bad pacing and a really, really bad, like, writing and editing. Like, I'm just... Please put me out of my misery. Take me to the back of the barn and find a new stripper. Please. The children will not notice. Nobody will notice. Are you saying there could be a former fan?
그런 것 같아.
The way I see it, they feel betrayed, either by you, Young, or me.
왜요?
In your opinion, what's the reason?
그게
Maybe they didn't meet their expectations or side with them? Some members are also human, so of course some of us prefer certain contestants over the others. Being a fan of someone is a private matter, so that's that. Still, stop talking and give us smack.
사실은
You're a fool if you're expecting anything from a contestant. Could have been mistaken since we see each other every day, but we're from two different worlds to begin with, right? Consider this very moment. We're all being here together, but no one gives a crap about me. You are openly accusing one of the staff of being Seong-young.
아시겠어요?
I'm just glad you aren't saying that I'm Seong-young.
아니.
Of course not.
그치만
Not right now, but I will see. If this continues, what would be the end result? Can you stop being a piece of shit right now? You're lucky my sanity is high.
그럴지도.
This certainly broadcast it that way.
그땐
It was during episode 6. The edits were made to distort what actually happened.
그치만요.
But it did happen though, right? As far as I'm concerned, there had been conflicts before the mission. It wasn't even a conflict and they quickly...
도윤이 형,
Beastars is a show for just the two of them. The show must create rivalries in order to grab people's attention. Those who fail to create issues got eliminated before appearing on the show.
아시겠어요?
Looking back now, can you say you were unhappy?
그리고
The scene where they resolve their issues could be added later. The production crew must edit hundreds of hours of footage to try to lure more viewers. And to do that over dozens of episodes, they must present a good story. And this is why reality TV is bad, children. Remember, reality TV is bad. Come to think of it, that's what Seong-young has said.
저기
We all know their efforts, but it doesn't change the fact they over-exaggerate and distorted the context. I don't expect you to understand. The editing team gets to decide what they want to portray in each episode. Yeah, that's bad. That's why reality TV is
어쩔 수
bad.
없죠.
Had mixed feelings, and it was also inevitable. As with every season, there was a lot of controversy regarding the finalists. and he gave them a good excuse when the profiles got mixed up.
그렇다는 건
A good excuse?
한마디로
People began to suspect that the entire show was being fabricated. They had to show some action and move on before the issue grew bigger.
결국
So they needed a scapegoat.
네.
An excuse to get rid of him.
그치만
But that guy actually messed up with the profile data. That's a fact. Wasn't he supposed to receive confirmation during the process? He was supposed to, according to the process, but things are often skipped during crunch time. That's another thing that is bad. Crunch. Remember kids, crunch is bad. Having said that, Sale dropped his head. I never thought I'd be saying these things. I was speaking from Sing Young's point of view without even realizing it. I'd rather stop talking about this.
그거야.
That happened often.
그래?
Are you saying you guys check on all the staff members?
사실은
We don't even have to, they tend to post it on their own, and their posts automatically become an issue. Well, there's no law prohibiting you from posting photos of your workplace. I'm sure they enjoy the attention at first, but it never ended happily.
그렇다고 볼 수
It was
있죠.
the worst after the profile accident happened. Even his private account was dragged out. It was right after the incident, wasn't it? Even a simple grumble was magnified as something very significant.
결국
Against Hyuk was right, so what happened in the end?
그게요.
He deleted his account and disappeared. Even after he got fired, he was on the verge of falling victim to doxing. Tae lowered his gaze after realizing the stunned look on Duyun's face. You didn't know, it's only natural.
그게
I didn't know much about it until now. In my defense, there was no way of knowing.
그래요.
Well, that's true. Even if you had sided with him, it wouldn't have changed anything. And it was his fault that he didn't comply with the policy concerning personal accounts. He had also done a few other things in the past. The rest of the staff was busy preparing for the main episodes, but then we had to do his work too. Some staff members complained about having to do more work.
그런
Even the staff members were divided on this issue.
네.
You can't handpeg at a lazy person, but you can't do nothing about a moron. That's what Seung-yun used to say. He must have thought it was unfair, but it was inevitable like that. I don't blame.
한마디로
The new guy was young.
그렇지?
He was in school when Beloved was active.
네.
Yeah, it must have been amazing for him to see you young in person.
혹시
Does any staff member come to mind? Tae frowned after a brief pause.
말도 안
I
돼요.
can't remember every single one, especially the short-term contract workers. It wasn't even my role to manage them. But I think Ye Young might remember him. There's nothing I can say regarding that matter.
너무 나갔어요.
He did kind of show it. He shouldn't have crossed the line as the official account manager.
그렇다는 건
I guess he was controversial.
맞아요.
He must have received warning several times. Did it work? He began to behave himself? No, he insisted that he had his own way of doing things. He insisted that father users enjoyed his style of pretending to be a beloved fan. Things got nausea and he finally began to refrain. I guess people don't really know when to stop. They just don't listen.
그 말은
God, I'm so hungry. I think it's easier to find someone without any mistakes.
아무래도
None of the mistakes were made for each episode, and most of the mistakes were somewhat similar. They just kept happening one right after the other. What was the accident that you just mentioned? The Butte concept.
그건
You can answer the staff's questions about Beloved's view concept and work it out. Oh, that. Sale whipped the tip of his nose with the back of his hand.
그리고
Also, the official account manager's mistake was huge.
그랬지.
There were so many accidents. Everyone suspected him of being a hardcore fan of Beloved. Later, it was proven true after his personal account was uncovered. Of course, the viewers who cheered for other contestants weren't happy about it. The fighter manager has no reason to visit the stage.
말도 안 돼요.
I guess that's why he was overreacting, but he crossed the line. He must be lucky though, since he never got fired. Lopsided.
불확실해요.
Like I said, there were just too many of them. For sharing info, making friends, and keeping emergency contacts. More importantly, I have no way of accessing them right now.
그랬지.
Right, you don't have a smart device. I'm sure they made an announcement through the messenger though. I'm just not sure when and to which level. There are just too many of them. I'll only be able to figure it out after we get out of here.
그런 편이죠.
Most of them quit after a short period of time.
그래도
But some must have remained, right?
그렇죠.
The homepage manager in the support department was still there. He said he might join the military after some time though.
그리고
There might be a couple left in the social media department. Well, that's all I can think of for now.
그러면
Only those in the support department remain then.
아닐 거예요.
Actually, all new recruits were assigned to the support department from the beginning. They were going to quit soon, so I only assigned them simple jobs that didn't require lots of training. Like for the homepage or social media, stuff that required lots of menial labor. Oh my fucking god, Sale.
사실은
Many of them wanted to work during vacation as a way of touring the broadcasting company. But I don't remember anyone in particular though. Other than the fact that they were all clumsy.
그래?
Was it that bad?
어쩔 수 없죠.
Of course, they were all newbies. I couldn't expect them to be as efficient as other experienced members.
아무래도요.
They messed up their tasks unless I carefully taught them every single step. Some even quit without notice, later asking for their prior checks. They weren't rare. These were rare. These were. I can't read. I'm becoming literal thanks to this game. These weren't rare occasions, and that's what happens when you make hurried hiring decisions.
그런 편이죠.
There were many odd jobs around the show. For example, moving the equipment or costumes. Updating fire was also one of them.
그건
Are you talking about the official account?
네.
Yeah, that part also had many ups and downs. They were constantly changing who was in charge of managing it.
그래?
They kept changing the manager.
그거야.
That's... Tail continued with his arms crossed.
말하자면
The first manager was replaced by the now ex-staff member for a bit. The former staff member, the one responsible for the profile accident.
네.
Yes, but he wasn't in charge of that. He was working on many things at the same time. After the profile accident happened, the original manager returned. Come to think of it, he was also a strange person. No More Heroes has traveled ambitious deep desertions on Takashi Miike works, where No More Heroes 3 Wolfside has Shed and Jack dissecting K-dramas. I know, right? I know, right? They just start dissecting K-dramas.
어?
What do you mean?
그게요.
He was somewhat similar to Haseyoung.
그렇다는 건
Much into father, just like Haseyoung.
정답이죠.
Yes, exactly. Since he was responsible for the official account, he had many fighter friends. He was just conveying the messages generated internally, but he made such a big deal of it.
그리고
So even if he made a small mistake, most sister acted benevolently towards him. He was a fighter star just like Haseyoung.
그치만
Although now people criticize him. People want speedy updates. They'll put on a riddling expression on his face. I guess it's all the more confusing now that Seong-young is on there to run things. This is No More Heroes with larger robots. yeah, I would say so. It's No More Heroes if it was slightly, and just mean slightly less juvenile, but just slightly, like a tiny little, slight little line of less juvenile, mostly because of some stuff later. And also giant robots, larger than the usual robots that sometimes happen to appear in No More Heroes.
그렇지.
And let's destroy him, but I can excuse the lack of destroy people in exchange for nobody ever telling Knives that his knowledge of Portuguese is calling people a son of a whore. Oh yeah, he doesn't need to know that. People tend to create a group chat room even for one-off meetings, right?
그래요.
Yes, there are several chat rooms for posting notifications, making contacts, and just for making small talk.
그러고 보니
I used to be in all kinds of chat rooms, so I'm out of all of them now. Even the chat room to talk about university life is still there.
그러면
It must have been quiet.
맞아.
People seldom make comments, maybe only a few did once in a while. Other than that, the chat room was virtually inactive. Ion continued while tying her hair. Still, not all of them leave their rooms though. I leave right away if I have no further business there. Yes, some of them are like that. Everyone has a different style.
도윤아,
Do you don't have a Fatter account, do you?
그건
I created an account when I made it to the finals. Actually, it was created by someone else, so I had nothing to do with it.
그렇구나.
That means you only have the official account created for each contestant.
아무래도
It bothers me because I have to keep looking at it. Like right now. Yoon shook her wrist with a bitter look on her face.
역시
So you know what it feels like having to constantly refresh the Fatter page.
그게
Actually, the vocalist in my band was passionate about Fatter. He also managed our band account. He was just doing his job in the beginning, but he got hooked on it later.
그래.
Yeah, as long as you don't overdo it. Yoon stopped talking and looked down at her watch. As Seongyun will have to take responsibility for overdoing it. God, please let me finish this.
그러고 보니
There were staff members other than those who quit when school started again. They joined the staff at around the same time, but worked longer before quitting.
그래요?
People who quit voluntarily, or including both? Young frowned, trying to trace back through her memory. One was the youngest staff member who got fired after the profile accident.
혹시
Was there someone else?
어,
There was a guy who quit before the finals. I can't remember the reason, but I think it was something personal.
그게
How do you know that?
그렇지.
Sometimes I exchange small talk with the staff members. I could never do that. I still get nervous when I'm on stage.
나도야.
But I don't talk to them anymore. I've been through a lot. For now, only those two come to mind. Oh my fucking god. Game, please. Please.
결국
Like, I don't care if the conversation is larger, like, or longer, as long as you just give me the keyword. I don't need you to give me more conversation keywords, just give me the main ones so I can move on with the plot. The pacing of this is awful. Like, it's just stretching the time, like the playtime hours for no reason. You could have wasted time like doing more routes that are interesting or touch on a different character. This is so bad. This is so bad. Like this game doesn't even have like actual like character routes, which would be the thing that makes sense in a game like this. Like Route A is just a Yuguk route, no matter what you do. Route B is a Hesium route, and the C route is a joke route. I'm just... Why is this game so bad? I'm gonna cry. I'm gonna cry. I'm gonna start crying. I'm gonna start crying. They all quit when school started again.
그래서
The place looked deserted. I never realized when the place was packed.
그렇지.
It takes that many people to support the show. Feels new, huh? I didn't realize it either when I was in Beloved. I guess I only focused on myself while performing on stage.
네.
I wasn't much difference. It was my first time working with so many staff members.
나도야.
I guess we both lacked experience and self-discipline. Yingwick's smile suddenly faded. But to imagine that Seung Young could have been standing among those people, it kind of gives me chills. This character needs the power of Christ. This character did need a lot, to be fair. But the worst part is that most of the things that are like, you know, supposed to be like game mechanics are useless. Like the sanity mechanic, if you talk to everyone all the time about everything, like if you do that, your sanity will never go down so far that you will go insane and die. Like you have to purposefully talk only with the conversations that give you low sanity, because otherwise you're gonna get the rapport events, which some rapport events need you to lower their rapport with you. Like you have to make your relationship worse to have the rapport events, and the rapport events always give you sanity. So consistently you're always gonna have high sanity. You're never gonna go insane unless you do it on purpose, or it's the first run of the game where the game just pushes you into a bad end. So it is convenient to just speak to everyone. The only thing that you have to worry about between Route A and Route B is a couple of choices with Haseyoung that you need to be specific about, and then otherwise it's the exact same shit to get to that route, as long as you consistently like call Haseyoung and like side with him. And then Route C requires you to get a special keyword that only happens once you get the true ending. And it will be very obvious that you get that new keyword. So like having a report system, having a sanity system is completely useless. Because you're gonna get everything anyway, because you're gonna go out of your way to talk to everyone, because it makes no difference. Like the only difference is if you want to see like different epilogues for the characters. You just choose to have worse relationships with them to get a different epilogue. But otherwise, it's the exact same shit. I'm gonna become the Joker.
확실히
I'm gonna become the Joker. Although I call it petty work, none of it is actually negligible. This show tried to assign excessive work to the inexperienced staff and it caused problems. They used to have enough manpower. They should have thought everything through when they hired short-term workers. 3 or 4 staff members had to handle the work of 10 people.
그러니까
When an accident happens, the lowest level employee has to take the fall. Same thing with the profile accident. Everybody knew what really went on.
결국
It goes to show how the company treats its employees. Young firmly nodded. Ever since the number of applicants for open positions had dwindled, who would want to be treated as a disposable worker?
그나마
He was able to avoid this collapse accident because he had quit already. How ironic is that?
그렇다는 건
There will be no end to it if you look at it that way.
그런가?
Yeah, I'm just frustrated. Egan raised her head and looked up at the ceiling on the other side. But I have no regrets about being in the top 5.
너는?
What about you, Doyin? Are you happy with where you stand after overcoming such a mess?
글쎄요.
I... Oh, was the question inappropriate? Yun lightly patted Doyin on his shoulder. I asked because you said there would be no end to it. Don't let it bother you. I almost lost it after making an unnecessary remark.
어?
That bad, huh? Don't worry, we'll get out of here. Okay, please don't give me anything else, you piece of shit.
그렇죠.
Remember very well when I don't.
그게
He seems to have created controversy when he quit the job.
Oh?
Did you hear that from Yu Young? She was close with some staff members. Let me think. Still rub his chin with his hand. The guy who quit before the finals wasn't hired during the Super Week team mission. The youngest staff member who had been hired at the end of the preliminaries was fired. You know when and how he got fired. That's right. I think it's right before the finals.
그랬었지.
It was right before the finals due to the profile accident.
맞아요.
Yeah, so you do remember.
그래.
Of course, because it was a big issue even though it didn't last long. He got fired almost immediately. He did odd jobs around the show, such as managing the computers on devices and briefly managing the official Beastars account.
그러면
What's the story with the staff member who quit his job?
그거야.
He didn't make any trouble when he quit. He worked as an assistant. And he quit because he had to go back to school. That's all I can remember for now. Okay, but I still need to have all of these conversations.
아마
I'm sure the staff members have their own chat rooms. But I'm not sure how active the members are since I have no access to them.
그래도
They would never invite the contestants into the chat rooms.
나도
I don't know much about messengers, but somebody talked about creating a chat room for contestants during our training camp. Creating a group chat was trendy, was a trendy thing at the time.
그래?
Really? I had no idea.
그게
He talked to several contestants but things didn't work out. Really? Who did he talk to? It was Ina and probably Hesian.
그러면
No wonder he didn't. Why did he choose those two out of all the nice people?
솔직히
Some contestants will be eliminated, so it would be awkward to be in the same space with them.
그랬지.
The messenger app on the watch didn't have the function to invite a group. Maybe it's because of what you said. Nowadays it's a basic but essential function.
그럴 거야.
I'm pretty sure of it. It's like the show didn't want the contestants to bond.
아무래도
There are many fodder users indeed.
그런 것 같아.
And that's why there are many fodder accidents. Many of the Beastar staff also seem to use fodder personally.
그게
Accidents happen with the contestants and the staff members.
그런데
So there's nothing wrong with expressing yourself on fodder, right?
그래도
But it's a problem if they go too far with excessive information. That's what they gain more attention. Yu-Gi-Oh nodded after a brief pause.
그럴지도.
I guess that's how you end up giving away more information.
올해도
Some people enjoy other people's
맞아.
attention. Ugh, this game really just makes me illiterate, huh? We are not that different from them. We already gave away lots of information.
그렇지?
Right, including the information which we didn't agree to provide.
어쩌면
Yeah, maybe. Xian Yun could be one of them. Yeah, they definitely are. What are you talking about? He wasn't planning on taking time off school. He could only work for a short time.
나는
I also work a lot of part-time jobs to buy musical instruments. And after that, I had to work to buy bigger pieces for my band. What about your school tuition?
그거야.
I just fooled around. Didn't really care anything about the band after I graduated.
솔직히
You were into music, that's not irrelevant stuff. He lightly patted Duyun. Where? Where do you pat him? Yeah, wait, where do you pat the boy? You knew what you were doing. I think it's this one.
그게
I had no other talents.
그치만
Keeping your goal unchanged is not as easy as it sounds. Easier said than done, to be honest. Didn't slur his last words. People usually waste time on thinking only. There's nothing wrong with being careful. I think it takes more courage to actually take action. I also took my time while pondering on what to do with my life, and it really sucked.
그랬지.
That's when we began to see lots of new faces.
그랬지.
Yeah, the place was packed for a while.
그치만
Yeah, only for a while. Most of them were all gone after a few months.
아무래도
They only worked during the school break. But they also met the conditions, and that means Hugo can cross his arms, deposing for a moment. We don't have enough information.
어쩌면
I think we should question Sale for additional information. You might feel uncomfortable, but this does concern the staff. Yeah, and I already did. I just need to talk to you
아무래도.
people to get this off the way. I guess it was inevitable if he came as a short-term contractor in the first place. Depending on the situation, odd jobs also require lots of menial work.
있잖아.
Of course, someone must take care of the petty tasks, but they shouldn't treat people as is possible based on the magnitude of work. Yuhiko nodded.
역시
Seung-yeon wasn't the type to assign work to someone and just entrust them with it.
그게
That's true, but
그래도
wasn't it a bit different for Sale though? You could tilt his head at his sudden remark.
그럴지도.
You're right, considering how she used to walk all over him. Actually, that was the problem.
그렇지.
Right. I'm sure the staff members weren't happy with her. God, please let me in.
그랬나?
So they have been sorted out too.
그랬어.
Someone got fired during the profile accident. I hate that. Like, why is accident is like usually you would call it an incident. Why didn't this game get like an editor to make sure that the text was alright? But why hold a grudge against us? We had nothing to do with it. We pointed out the profile mistakes, but knew nothing about what happened afterwards. Most people knew about it after a long time.
그럴 줄.
That's true, but the people responsible avoided blame, and only one person got fired.
그렇지만
That's about it. He quietly nodded. That can't be a reason for harassing us. God, we're almost done. Almost.
그런 거야?
I'm not even surprised. Who would want to send out an email to each and every staff member?
그랬어.
The investigation on Seung-yeon was reported by Beastars.
그거는
We weren't able to contact the rescue team at the time.
그래.
Later, the official account also posted a message to make an official announcement. If the information was released in the chat room before that,
그렇다면
someone who was in the chat room and someone who had the news from someone who was in the chat room could be a Seung-yeon. Is that what you're implying here? Ina began to mumble something while rubbing her cheek. The official account must have gone through a complete validation process. And S. Seung-yeon could have taken the first blow during the process.
아닌 것 같아.
I guess you don't have a personal account, do you?
맞았어.
You know me well. I only have the one provided by Beastars.
그러면
That was quick. So who posted messages on your band account then?
그게
Usuk, the vocalist in my band. I don't even know the password to the band's account. That's why it's on the cheesy. Ina shrugged her shoulders after a brief pause.
있잖아.
You have a personal account? I made one the first time I accessed it, father. I barely use it though, because the production crew told me to be careful when using it.
그래?
I'm surprised you follow their advice. You didn't know I live by the rules. They were quick to arrive and quick to leave. They looked excited about being part of the show when they first started.
그랬어.
The company seemed to have given the short-term contract workers too much work to do,
맞아.
and they were soon exhausted. Even if they had to go back to school, some could have remained. I guess it was too difficult for them. They had nothing but trouble to look forward to, even if they decided to stay. Ina fell silent after making a bitter remark.
어쨌든
Anyway, safety comes first.
그렇지?
That applies to us as well. I know it's a mess right now, but we can't get out. I'm having a ball here talking crap about Seung-yeon. Although I'm not sure if we'll be able to figure out their identity.
그래도
Yeah, they were so young. They looked so much older only after a week, though.
알잖아.
It was an eventful time. After the third round of preliminaries, the scale of the show got bigger and they were running behind schedule. So they hired college kids on vacation. The college kids were given an opportunity to get a glimpse of a broadcasting company while working their butts off. Tyrion raised his head while listening to Ina. Working the butts off.
맞았어.
Yeah, the manager could. I understand now. I could easily tell the kids wherever Bennett would work.
아니었어.
They weren't just given petty jobs. Most of the tasks were quite intensive,
예를 들어
either physically intensive or mentally demanding.
다시 말해서
Physical strength would have been required for handling equipment, and mental strength would have been required to handle the viewers. Tyrion tilted his head while listening to Ina. They would require expertise.
그러니까
I told you that's why we shouldn't call them petty jobs. It's like they pass all the intensive tasks onto the part-timers. And when an accident occurred, they would just fire them or replace them.
그거는
Many staff members came and left.
그랬지.
Besides the staff members who quit before the school began again, 2 members remained until episode 9. Are you saying one of them is Seung Young?
있잖아.
I'm just speculating. We need to go over the details. Ina gulped. I'm curious, but at the same time, I don't really want to know.
그런 것 같아.
I feel the same. If this continues, we'll keep being fooled by Seung Young.
그래.
That's true. We'll be stuck here for at least a few more hours. Although it would be better if Seung Young gets caught before that happens. Ina grabbed the watch on her wrist. But considering how things work around here, that seems very unlikely. Even if we come to a closure, it will still worry me. Okay, finally! God! Yes, please, let's move on. I'm so tired of you people. Nothing changed except my sanity, which got worse. Which, you know, it's a good way to describe my experience with this game. Nothing of value was lost except my sanity. He had finally compiled a list of staff who could be Seung-yeon.
프로필 사건 때 잘린 막내 스텝. 그리고 공식 계정 관리 스텝.
얘기하다 보니 그렇게 남았네.
엄한 사람 찍으면 역풍 맞을지도 몰라요.
Just then, a message from Plughole arrived. Yo, man! It's time to end it all. You get the big picture now after talking with people.
선택할 시간이야. 이야기를 재구성해볼게. 먼저 막내 스텝부터.
Let's see. Name and spread.
막내 스텝은 지역 예선 끝날 때쯤 들어왔다고 했어. 해고당한 건 프로필 문제가 드러난 다음. 추측한 범위에 맞다고 볼 수 있어. 프로필 사건 터지고 개인적으로 쓰는 계정도 끌려 나왔어. 해고당하고도 한참 동안 비난에 시달렸지. 스텝끼리 한 말이나 출연자한테 들은 얘기 같은 걸 유출한 적 있었어. 끝났어. 막내 스텝 얘기.
출연자 정보는 어떻게 알았던 거죠?
유출 사건이 있었지. 일하는 동안 가십을 모으고 여러 채널로 퍼뜨렸어. 여러 잡무를 했고 전산이나 기기에 관련된 일도 있었지. 잠깐 공식 계정도 맡아서 쓴 적이 있었고. 워치 기능하고 페이터 비번에 대해서도 알만한 개연성이 있어.
비번을 받은 건 본선 2회야. 해고는 더 전의 일인데.
아, 그건 제가 말해볼게요.
It's very funny how Shade keeps saying he can't do anything when he's canonically able to sense and exorcise demons. Yeah. However, exorcising demons is not a valuable skill when you're piloting a giant robot, so he's kind of right.
관련 스텝은 더 일찍 알 수 있었을 거예요. 본선 1회까지는 페이터도 대신 썼으니까.
You know, I just noticed that my body actually covers part of the text, but I don't care. I'm not gonna move.
해고 상태라 오늘 사고에도 휘말리지 않았어.
This game is not worth reading the entire text.
스텝 연락망 중에 아직 남아있다면 우리가 전한 PD님 소식을 일찍 듣는 것도 가능해.
I'll move it tomorrow.
잘린 사람이 연락망에 남아 있을까?
사실 좀 그렇긴 한데 가능하긴 해요. 스텝 구성이 좀 복잡해서요. 계약에 파견사도 껴있고 수색하려는데 명단도 제대로 안 나올 정도니까.
I know, but like that's my point. It's like I feel like when Shade says that, it's just like, well, you know, I'm kind of useless at anything that isn't being the brains, you know. But it's like, yeah, but you exorcise demons. Yeah, but I can't pilot a giant robot or fix it. Well, I guess he can fix it, but like, not the way. Maybe not more. No, well, I guess he can change the parts, like. He's not an expert on it. Like, he's obviously the brains of the entire operation. He's more, I feel it's more in the sense of like, well, I can't help directly. It's not like I'm gonna be piloting the goddamn giant robot.
그렇다 쳐도 왜 익명으로 반협박을 하는 건데?
그건 아마 프로필 사건으로 해고된 건 같아요. 더 짚어볼 여지는 있지만요.
Young staff member, okay.
다음은 공식 계정 관리자 차례야.
Okay. Let's see. Okay. Maybe 2 replacement.
공식 계정 운영자는 몇 번이나 교체됐었어. 결국 돌고 돌아 원래 하던 사람한테로 돌아갔지. 지금 관리자, 그러니까 처음 계정을 관리하던 사람은 계정 실수를 저질렀어. 베스타 공식 계정에 로그인한 채로 혜성이 까는 글을 공유해버렸지. 바로 공유를 취소했지만 벌써 많은 사람들이 본 다음이었어.
People probably took screenshots too.
개인 계정과 공식 계정을 헷갈렸다고 해명했었지. 사람들은 실수가 아닐 거라며 이유를 찾겠다고 나섰어. 그러다 개인 계정에서 옛 비러브드 팬을 자처했던 걸 찾았지. 스텝이 본분을 잊고 자기 덕질에 치우쳤다고들 했어. 결국 관리자는 징계를 받고 교체당했지.
You know, I wish Wolfstride was more popular, like more people had played it, because then there will be jokes about Shade being called John Wolfstride.
출연자들한테 와서 호소하기도 했어.
And I think that would be funny.
나름대로 억울하다는 거였지. 이쪽도 정리됐어. 공식 계정 관리자 얘기. 그쪽은 현장 스텝이 아니야. 사고에 휘말리지 않았어.
그렇지. 지금도 계속 글 쓰고 있으니까.
페이터를 관리했으니까 우리 쪽 비번도 알 개연성이 있어.
출연자들 얘기를 어느 정도 알고 있는 건?
컨셉 잡아야죠. 어떤 스텝한테는 전달돼요. 범위가 어디까지인지 무슨 얘기인지까진 각각 다르지만요.
PD님 얘기를 일찍 아는 것도 베스타 관리자한테는 가능했어.
우리가 제작진에게 말했으니까 바로 전파됐을 수 있어. 그렇다면 뭐에 빡쳐서 이러는 건데?
John Wall straight from Heat Game Knife Loper Simulator 2017. That's good. I mean, I just like the fact that like there's the joke of like John video game name for like the protagonist of the video game. It's just, I don't know, it's just a funny meme to me. So like the mental image of Shade, like screenshot of Shade, and he's just called John Wolfstride. It's just kind of like, I don't know, it's silly to me.
공식 계정으로 혜성이 까는 글을 공유했었지. 실수라고 했지만 맹 비난을 받다 결국 징계까지 갔어.
I would play Knife Leopard Simulator 2017 though. Like if they made a Knife Leopard Simulator, I would play that.
개인 계정에선 혜성이 안티의 영희 누나 팬이었던 게 밝혀졌고
Alternatively, Sans Deltarune. Exactly! That's the other one.
상상도 못했어.
갑자기 우리한테 억울하다면서 훅 들어오기도 했었고 본인 딴에 이유가 있다는 거였으니까. 혜성이가 사고 치니까 나름 돕겠다고 한 건데 자기만 불이익을 봤다고 생각한 것 같았어.
Account manager. Okay. Considering three conditions: a motive for an anonymous attack, to the position of to access to the motive for an anonymous attack, the position to access the contents of secrets and sentient death, and access to the watch password info. The official account manager and former staff was satisfied with all three conditions.
막상 여기까지 오니 결론이 어렵네. 누굴까?
글쎄요.
먼저 하나 시도하고 영 별로다 싶음 넘어가면?
실패할 경우의 리스크도 생각하셔야죠.
So I can forward while adjusting his glasses.
아까부터 조금 애매했던 건데요.
Yeah.
추측이야 괜찮아요. 출연자 계정으로 저격하실 거면 반대예요. 싸움 붙는 순간부터 문제가 생겨요. 아시잖아요. 그 책임은 딱 한 명 스텝인 저한테 올 수도 있고요.
Don't worry, Sal. It'll be fine. And by fine, I mean he dies in this route. So it's not gonna matter.
야, 그치만
제대로 짚어도 저쪽이 잡아떼면 그만이긴 해. 정황은 있어도 확실한 단서가 없어. 그럼 여기까지겠지.
규혁이 형 말대로예요. S 승현이 바깥에 있는 놈 같단 것까지 나왔잖아요. 그럼 제가 뭐라고 하든 신경 끄면 되는 거라고요.
They weren't wrong. Introduce a second ballot system or something. Why don't you answer me? Yoon explained how he narrowed down the pool of the staff suspects and their stories. If Yoon is under a lot of pressure, we can't take them out using circumstantial evidence. But it doesn't seem to be the case, meaning we can't. Then what should we do? We need stronger evidence other than circumstantial one. Like what? I've accessed Hessian's cloud before. Then it was logged in the IP access history. I saw the history, but there were not many logs. I guess Hessian hardly visited the backup server. And I found out another IP logged several times before me. Bypass IP, visited from one of the African countries. Yeah, but which one? You could have, like, name an African country. Like, that's a cop-out, like... Just an African country. You could, like, I don't know, say, Zimbabwe, Chad, South Africa. Like, South Africa's pretty large. Like, just choose a country. Just say an African country makes you sound a little racist. Kazu is as Young's RP. Does it have to do with choosing between the two? Of course, you bet your life on it. Cloud is connected from a PC. If there is a foreign IP logged, S Young is using a PC to access further. I love the various strain going on the pattern of the Midnight Rider. Yeah, it's... like, all of the shit going on there is also very entertaining. Let's see if it's the official account, but I need your help. What help? Let's make a very interesting bait link related to you guys. If someone clicks it, their IP and device model will be logged. Then you send the same link to the official account. Why me? Because I can. as Young may ignore a link sent by an anonymous user, so it must be sent by you. If the link is accessed from the official account, the IP and device model will be logged. Then I'll check if the IP is the same as the one logged in the cloud logged on in the cloud server, and if the device is PC. What if S Young uses two PCs? One for the official account, the other for S Young. Look, buddy. Let's suppose you're the official account manager and also using S Young account from another PC. You have clicked the link and seen the whole content in it. Then how likely it is for you to go to another PC to log in as S Young and click the link again, or go to another PC to click the link sent to the official account? It's not impossible, but extremely unlikely. We've seen how this person is behaving, all their careless behaviors. Let's sum it up. If the first visitor's IP is the same as the one in the cloud and the device is PC, the official account manager is S Young, or the former staff member, either of the two. Does it have to be a link of a personal story? We could still lure him without such a thing. Take it or leave it, I'm 100% sure that a personal story is the best way to lure that worm. We'll make sure S Young click the link. Just put up the title and write nothing, don't be scared, man. If you don't like using others, why not use yours, Ian? We don't have to really disclose anything. My finger hurts from typing too long. Then make up your mind and let me know, so I can check it. Why are you like this? Let's end it. The conversation ended with an unsolved question. At this point, there is no other way. Decided to go along with Plughole's advice.
혹해서 링크를 찍을 만한 얘기. 황당한 걸 빼고 그럴싸한 화제를 고르면
Well, we did say to choose ourselves, so...
내 이야기로 미끼를 던지면 어떨까?
Yeah.
베스타 참가의 뒷사정에 대한 정보라는 식으로.
Yes.
남녀가 내걸 쓰는 게 낫겠지.
Now with a link. If really they actually use Tiny Arrow. Send this link to the official Beastars account manager with some appealing description.
내 차례인가?
Check this out, okay. It's so chaotic, what is this? He threw the bait and waited. A few minutes later, Plughole's message arrived. Package has been delivered! Here's the identity of S. Young Young you requested. You check the logs? Of course. Here's the result of the raid link. The identity of S. Young Young is... We'll continue after ad. Come on, I'm serious here. Don't get serious, it doesn't help. Anyway, the identity of S. Young Young is... Say it. Young staff member. Okay. The identity of S. Young Young who'd been harassing everyone. He was a former staff member who got fired as a scapegoat. Different IP and device for the official account. A few minutes later, the IP from the cloud reappear. The former staff member still seems to have access to the network. Beastar friends, security comes fast. So Knife is very good at maths. Knife is really both a himbo and yet very smart. Like he's surprisingly like the smartest himbo around. Anyway, now it's the time to decide. Decide what? We'll make Aseng Young unable to come back anymore. Uncle Knife pilots are making he doesn't know all of this stuff. Question about a train reaching 20 meters per second in 30 seconds. Is 5/6 of a meter a second, dude? Knife is correct. Yeah. Like, again, himbo that is very smart. We can embarrass S. Young Young by revealing what we've collected so far. That's the life. The higher you soar, the greater the damage when you fall. It wasn't easy for Duyun to send the answer. The former staff member who explained the deaths of Seung Young and mocked the survivors. Was it because he was unresentful at the show's success and the spotlights on the contestants? Was it that unfair? Was it that miserable? I mean, losing your job like that is kind of unfair and miserable. Nobody here remembered his name. He was not a noteworthy person. The former staff member, no one remembered much about him at all. Excuse me, are you there or what? You don't like a noisy brawl? You want to handle it quietly? Then we can just report who he is to the official account manager. You prefer that way? You have to let Black Hole do it. Wait, do I have to? Well, nah, it's the same. Just lower sanity. I'll leave it to you. Okay, let's beat the crowd out of this loser. Just wait and watch the show. I'm sure a few sucker punches will soon turn into mob violence. Nothing like created a Twitter mob. Fun. Other people might have a different idea. You should persuade them. Do you listen carefully? It's a big thing to take down S. Young Young. Your friends there will have more room to breathe for a while. But this is not the end. Probably due to a signal issue, no further messages came from him. We checked the timeline on the watch. S. Young Young, the most popular account in Father. I'm sad to say that it was the new staff got fired for messing up the Beastar profile sniff. I've already checked the IP, so don't worry about it. The two can't be living in Africa or something, right? Lemon trap in a bottle soyu. I know! The best soyu around. Very dangerous, very delicious. Nervous, huh? The mail address and the first digits of the phone number match exactly when I checked the recovery option. I understand it must have been difficult and frustrating, but it's not like the contestant prayed for the profile error to occur. Isn't he almost certainly S. Young Young? Finally, the truth will show itself. You framed him as the informer of his young's past life, and it didn't work. Now you are trying to frame him as an evil staff member. Haven't you seen my photo of the scene? I can't believe you're still suspecting me of that hypocrite. Rookie, I'll be waiting on the new photo full of metadata. Don't think it's going to work. Of course, it's impossible. You want another piece of evidence? Fine, just hold there. You know, the former staff member's personal account had been exposed. Now that I think about it, Seung Young sounds pretty much like him. Yeah, it's rare for him to impersonate Seung Young out of everyone else. I checked the former staff member's father and he spoke just like this guy, and you know what? The account was changed to private mode just now. Didn't he make an excuse that the mix-up data was not his mistake? Only weirdos make such basic mistakes. Is it true that Seung Young is an ex-staff member who was fired? Is he causing all this trouble impersonating a dead person from his personal grudge? What a loser. If survivors and bereaved family file a suit, his life is over. If Seung Young is really that guy, then he'd better kneel down and beg for mercy to everyone right now. Does he have something up his sleeve, a secret card or something? Around the time of the profile issue, I heard from a friend of mine who knew that guy, and my friend said he was a wacko, a true genuine wacko out of all the staff members. I love Twitter mobs. Look, Seung Young's posts are being erased. He's running away now. If he's deleting them all, then it's obvious who he is. Those who dance to Seung Young's tune, they should do something to make up for their stupid mistakes. By writing an apology post or something. I don't expect much though. What Seung Young has disclosed so far were rumors he heard while working on Beastars. Seung Young is done. He tried to witch hunt survivors using public opinion only to face a backlash. We will take decisive action and spread false information about survivors or damaging the reputation of the deceased. Thanks, official account. Seung Young never came back. It served as proof that his identity was successfully revealed. Public opinion shifted suddenly. The timeline was flooded with posts criticizing and blaming Seung Young.
끝났다.
Is it finally over? Seung Young, who had been harassing the group for so long, finally made his exit. His exit wasn't as pleasant or delightful as Zuyun had imagined it would be. Seung Young. Just the keyword. The survivors exchanged flustered looks with one another.
퇴장이네요, S승연. 아니, 막내 스텝. 어이없지만 걔 이름도 잘 생각이 안 나요.
다들 마찬가지일 거야.
Young, who was holding the watch by her knee, raised her head.
프로필 사건이 원인이었다니. 우리가 자르라고 한 거 아니잖아. 근데 왜?
Because
이슈의 간판은 출연자니까.
실실 쪼개고 다니는 꼴을 보니 증오가 쌓였다 그런 건가?
there's a heavy silence. The pressure they felt while the identity of Seung Young was hidden was no longer there. And the next question in the queue emerged in its place. A depressing question that would weigh upon them heavily.
근데 그러면
Are we gonna ask the obvious? At the same time, the question was inevitable.
서혜성을 죽인 건 누구야?
Yeah, that. You almost forgot, didn't you? Cell stretched out his hand to interrupt.
그거야 모르죠. S승연 아닌 건 확실한데.
다시 원점으로 돌아가나?
S승연. 정말 여기 사건이랑 관계가 없는 건가?
Yeah.
넘겨짚다 분위기를 탄 것뿐일 거야.
그럼 역시 어디 숨은 놈이 범인이겠지? 모르겠어. 한번 다 뒤져본 다음이라. 어쨌든 누가 있다고 믿고 싶어. 우리가 모르는 어디에. 그게 아니면 결론이 하나뿐이잖아.
It was one of us.
우리 안에 범인이
There
있다는 거.
is an imposter among us. A piece of sweat on Duyun's neck suddenly turned cold.
그럴 리가요. 당연히 따로 있죠. 우리 말고 딴 놈.
뭐든 확실한 건 하나야. 단단히 뭉쳐있으면 안전해.
우린 5명이니까요.
Ina's gaze lingered among the rest of the group. It was an awkward silence.
그치? 그렇겠지? 그런데 나 궁금한 게 있어.
Ina slowly turned around to face Hyuk.
서혜성 보러 분장실 갔을 때 얘기 끝나고 바로 돌아온 거 맞지? 그때 걔 멀쩡했지?
Oh man, Ina basically figured it out. Yeah, he's the one who did it, sweetie. Thanks for pointing out the obvious, which is the fact that he took a long time to, you know, get from Haeseon and back. And then you couldn't find him.
뭐?
그냥 궁금해서. 난 걔 만나지도 못했고.
Hyuk, you're making yourself look pretty sus right now.
바로 왔어. 다음은 다 아는 정계였고.
여기 있는 사람은 혜성이를 해칠 이유가 없어.
Unless...
이유가 있어야 그래? 수틀려서 열받아서 그럴 수도 있잖아. 혜성이 기억이 온 다음에도 S승연이랑 싸웠어. 그거는 뭐 그런가?
Hyuk slightly loosened the knot on his tie.
다 뿌리치고 혼자 간 건 이나 너였어. 수틀려서 열받아서 그런 거라면 범위를 넓혀보는 게 어때?
Finally, something interesting. And by something interesting, I mean they're gonna start killing each other.
나? 지금 내 얘기?
Yeah. Finally, some interesting conflict.
걔가 페이터에 뭔 소리를 할지 몰라서 그랬지.
Like, it just took us like 20 hours, more than 20 hours actually, to get to the part where characters just argue with each other in interesting ways because they're all blaming each other for someone's dying, someone's death, murder. Technically, actually, it's murder. It's just a murder. Finally, one of the few interesting things about like these kind of stories, and it took us like 20 hours to get to one of those. Who would have thought?
뭔지도 모를 걸 발표 아니 많이 그러는데 손 놓고 봐?
Duyun felt like throwing up, and my head is his head, and my head was spinning. He tried to ease the group's anxiety by removing Seung-young from the picture. As Seung-young was gone, they began to suspect one another.
이나, 네가 말한 페이터 발표 얘긴 결국 뭐였는지 모르게 됐어. 우리가 아는 건 혜성이가 하나씩 불러 사태를 강요했던 것뿐이야. 잠깐, 그거 처음에 누가 말해줬지? 사태 얘기하면서 협박 비슷하게 했단 말 서혜성한테 직접 들은 게 아니야. 전해 들은 거지.
Are you gonna blame me, really?
나야. 내가 제일 먼저 혜성이를 만났잖아. 갔다 와서 무슨 얘기를 했는지 말해줬고.
도윤아, 나설 필요 없어.
그래, 너였네. 다음이 큐. 두 사람이 다녀와서 비슷한 얘기를 했지. 둘이 말을 맞추거나 한 건 아닐 테고.
Oh, great. Now she's gonna think we're in cahoots about it. Girl, he's just yaoi baiting me. Don't worry about it. I'm not in cahoots with anyone.
그럴 이유가 없지.
이나야, 이제 그만해.
그냥 생각만 좀 해보려는 거야.
Yoon intervened, raising her hands.
얘기해보는 정도는 괜찮다고 생각해. 혼자 불안에 떠는 것보다야 낫겠지. 그치만 너무 딥하게 들어가지 말자. 몇 시간은 더 기다려야 되는 상황이야. 감정 다치고 싸우다 떨어져 나가기라도 하면
Yeah, everything could go to shit. As if it wasn't already shit. No offense. And by that I mean the writing shit.
그렇게까지 할 생각은 아니었어.
Like, this kind of conversation should have happened like 10 hours ago. 10 hours ago, we should have been arguing with each other, like, oh yeah, like, who done did it? Like, you know, just people accusing each other. But we've been so occupied with a stupid, like, fucking not Twitter troll. As something that shouldn't be important in any way whatsoever. Considering it's just like a character that we never meet and we don't even know the name of. That it took us like 20 hours to get to the part where people are, you know, trying to kill each other because they think they killed someone.
제일 수상했던 놈이 막 퇴장했으니까요.
Yeah, the red herring was really long and boring. Thanks for pointing it out.
각자 생각이 많아지는 건 어쩔 수 없어요.
그건 나도 마찬가지니까.
Please take me to the next part where I can save so I can move on with my life and also get lunch. Yoon put one hand on the top of her head and slowly took a deep breath.
혜성이 찾았을 때 벌써 여러 가지를 따져봤어. 그땐 S 승연이 제일 수상하다는 전제가 있었지.
지금은 그게 사라져버린 거고?
Ina lowered her gaze and nodded.
그럼 이렇게 해보는 건 어때? 다시 한번 자세히 파보는 거야.
어떤 거에 대해서?
You continued after a brief pause.
혜성이가 무대에서 떠난 다음 우리 행적.
그때 얘기?
굳이 되새길 필요까지 있을까요?
이자를 불러 말어.
Everyone seemed to hesitate at Hyuk's remark.
그게 좋지 않을까? 다 털고 가려면.
Oh god, do I have to agree or disagree to this? Technically agree.
해보죠. 전제가 바뀌었으니까 다시 짚어봐요.
I mean, I'll go down with Yu Young, but it's fine. It's fine.
막연하게 화살 날리는 것보다 그게 낫겠어요.
딴 사람들은 어때요?
I need to get along with Yaoi but to get the true ending.
다 괜찮은 거면 저도 뭐 굳이 결사반대까진.
이제 와서 빼기도 그러네. 해보자. 해보면 되지.
An enemy trying to keep me at long range when my entire build is based on getting in and never getting out. Yeah, I've been there.
우리가 할 건 생존이지 수사가 아니야. 그건 조심하자.
No, that really disagreed with going over their whereabouts again. Let's go over it again. It might help us. It might help us to ease the tension. Seemed like there was an implicit agreement. Is everyone happy with the elimination of the rat? No, I like the rats. The attacker might be Amogus. Amogus. It does this. It does this Amogus. There's an attacker Amogus. I have thought so. I saved you guys out of trouble, and now you are fighting among yourselves. Among yourselves. No, that doesn't work. I hope there's no brawl going on. Do you want me to stop them aggressively? If you overreact, you will become the focus of the group, do you? You better point out anything suspicious. Don't be suspicious. Tension is to be avoided, but a mild degree of stress could be helpful to overcome the situation. Come on, dude, your sanity's fine. No thank you. You enclosed messenger. It was a reasonable idea. Rather than letting all the suspicions to explode later, it would be better to clear them now. So they decided to have another talk. We couldn't help but feel the sense of defiance towards Bloodhole's casual tone of speech. What? I thought we were working on it together. Please don't suck, I'm begging ya. I don't like your tone. I sir. Your tone. Okay. Why is Bloodhole the most fun character right now? Like, he's literally the most entertaining character. The side character that we never see and who's only important after the first run is over. And mostly in the A route because Duyun completely ignores him in the B route is the most interesting character right now. I'm gonna become the Joker. Duyun lowered the watch and listened to what the others had to say. There was some progress to the story.
S 승연이나 밖에서 온 침입자는 빼고 하는 거랬지?
God, when are we getting to a talking section, please?
뭐든 마지막 발견이 2시. 화장실인 건 똑같아.
옮긴 흔적은 없었죠. 거기에서 당했어요.
가능했던 시간대는 2시에서 앞으로 20분 정도.
Didn't shoot over the time period again.
1시 40분. 혜성이 페이터 글이 뚝 끊긴 시점이야. 1시 40분부터 2시 사이에 화장실로 갈 수 있던 사람은
Strings. Next one.
이나는 40분쯤 혜성이 페이터를 보고 분장실로 갔어. 아무도 따라오지 말라고 못 박아둔 채로. 진동 전까지 중앙복도에서 기다렸다고 했지. 그걸 본 사람은 아무도 없어. 분장실 빈 걸 보고 스텝복도 쪽에 갔다고 했지. 중앙복도로 돌아와 세일이를 만났고 같이 무대로 왔어. 세일이를 만나기 전까진 본인만 뭘 했는지 알고. 세일이는 진동이 끝나고 중앙복도로 갔어. 빈 분장실에 있다가 중앙복도로 나와 이나를 마주쳤다고 했지. 분장실로 갔다가 다시 이나를 만나기 전까지 혼자였어. 이나, 세일이. 그 20분 동안 화장실로 넘어갈 수 있었던 건 이 두 사람이야. 게다가 둘은 중앙복도에서 만나기 전까진 서로를 마주치지 않았어. 앞에 행적을 증명하는 건 각자의 이야기뿐이고.
That time, both Hyuk and Duyun were on the stage. Young was gone for a while, but it was impossible for her to go to the center corridor.
아니, 결국 그 말씀이잖아요.
Come on. Duyun raised his head at Seal's echoing voice from the other side.
의심병 한 번 떨었다고 막 아구참을 날리네?
Oh my god, you guys.
무슨 일이야?
그 틈에 서해성 조질 수 있는 게 나랑 장세일이라잖아.
Yeah, because that's the most likely explanation until I figure out that it's Hyuyuk. Do you need slow about this, okay?
그런 거면 내가 왜 먼저 얘기를 꺼내냐고. 내가 바보야?
서혜성한테 까칠하게 군 게 어디 저뿐이에요?
뭘 했다는 게 아니야. 외부인 빼고 생각하니까
맞장구 치고 가긴 어렵다고요, 그거.
둘 중에 하나면 반반 확률로 범인 당첨이네.
처음 얘기한 대로 걸리는 점을 짚어본 거야.
저한테도 걸리거든요. 아주 목구멍에 딱 걸리네요.
Please, I would like to get my lunch soon.
모난돌이 정 많네. 이게 뭐야? 황당하게. 내가 범죄자라고? 사람 뒤통수나 까는?
No, hon, you're not. I know you're not, but we have to go through these before we figure out it's fucking Hyuyuk. You know, run her hands through her hair, messing it up. You patch up everything. I'm a bit worried. Getting carried away can be risky. It could be better if you dig into it further. Could be true if they went over every little detail, they might find a decisive clue. But if the real tracker comes out, that will be another problem.
어떻게 하라는 거야?
What do you say? Well, sir, you must be in trouble. Stay calm, we've handled troubles pretty good so far, right? I'm just looking forward to the safe return of Mr. Han. Okay, don't yaoibate me, I already have Hyuyuk for that. It was Ziyin who had to make the choice.
얘기를 다시 들어봐요. 자세히 들으면 풀릴 오해잖아요.
뭐 그래. 딱지 붙이는 거 완전 사양이거든.
어쩔 수 없나.
The two nodded their approval. It seemed that nobody wanted this to continue.
오냐, 썰 한번 풀어보자.
그럴 마음이 들었어?
극혐이거든. 범죄자 딱지.
이나 씨가 그렇다면 저도
취조하려는 건 아니야.
아는데 강조하니까 아닌 것 같다. 그럼 찬찬히 얘기해줘.
The two of them began to talk with grim looks on their faces. Oh, finally! Oh, thank God. Oh, thank God. Oh, thank God. There's like 4 more of these left. That's enough for me. I need lunch. I need to move on with my life. I need to play something that isn't this bad. Anything that is less bad than this. Oh my God. God, tomorrow there's more of this. I'm gonna become the Joker. What do I do with this to myself? My coffee's cold. I didn't even finish my coffee. I know it's cold. I hate this. Anyway, thank you for being here. I'm suffering. Tomorrow, more of this shit. I'm going to feel bad. I'm gonna continue feeling bad. This is literally like a 2.53 out of 10 game. It's mediocre. It's just mediocre. This is just mediocre and boring. Oh God. A Kusoge would be better than this. I would rather be playing any Kusoge than this shit. Oh God. Oh, I need lunch. I need emotional support. Maybe a little kiss on my forehead. A hug. And honestly to play something that is good. Like, maybe not in that order, but possibly in that order. But anyway, again, thank you for being here. Have a good rest of your day and a good start to your weekend, and I'll see you tomorrow for more of these. yeah, I'm gonna be just as upset tomorrow as I am right now. Get used to it until we finish with this shit. Oh god, I really need to play something good. My soul is leaving my body. My soul is abandoning my body. God. Bye, everyone.